Good morning, everyone. Attention, please. The opening ceremony of NEELLS 2023 is about to begin in a few minutes. We have few notes to make before this event. We would like to seek your cooperation to switch off your microphone and mobile phone to avoid interruption during this session. And don't forget to turn on your camera and use the virtual background on this seminar. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to National English Education, Language and Literature Seminar, NEELLS 2023. It's an honor for me to introduce and welcome the guests on this seminar. We have Vice Dean Faculty of Letters, Ibu Evi Nurul Lailizen, SSMA PhD. Good morning and welcome, Ibu. We also have the Head of English Department, Bapak Dr. Suharyadi, SPD MPD. Good morning and welcome, Bapak. We have Coordinator of the Study Program, Professor Dr. Randa Nunung Suryati, MED, PhD. Good morning, Prof, and welcome. And we also have the Chairman of NEELLS 2023, Bapak Kardi Nurhadi, MPD. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also pleased to welcome the honorable keynote speaker on this occasion. The first keynote speaker, we have Assistant Professor Dr. Johannes Ananto Prayogo, MPD MED from Universitas Negeri Malang, Indonesia. Good morning, Bapak. The second keynote speaker, we have Profesor Dr. Yunisrina Kismullah Yusuf, Master of Linguistics from Universitas Syah Kuala, Banda Aceh, Indonesia. Good morning, Prof, and welcome.
Good morning.
The third keynote speaker, we have Assistant Professor Apisak Suking, PhD, from Mahasarakam University, Thailand. And the last keynote speaker, we have Dr. I Dewa Gede Ratduyana Putra MPD from Universitas Hindu Negeri I Gusti Bagus Sugiwa, Denpasar, Indonesia. We also extend our warm welcome to teachers, lecturers, presenters, and participants. We appreciate you taking time off your busy schedule to join National Seminar today. I'm Radina, as the Master of Ceremony today. On the behalf of organizing committee, I'm greeting everyone. Hopefully you are fully energized to join National Seminar today. Ladies and gentlemen, to start today's seminar, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to sing the national anthem of Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite everyone to hear the opening prayer to be held by Bapak Supiani MPD. I give you the floor, Bapak Supiani.
Thank you, Bu Rialdina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's pray together in the name of Almighty, Ya Allah, the most gracious and the most wise. As we gather here today, we humbly come you to seek your blessings and guidance as we convene for the National English Education, Language and Literature Seminar. We are grateful for the opportunity to come together in the spirit of learning and collaboration. We thank you for the gifts of language and the power of communication. It brings to people from diverse backgrounds. We pray that this conference becomes a platform for the exchange of knowledge, ideas, and experiences among educators, scholars, and teachers in the field of English language teaching. Bless our speakers with wisdom and happiness as they share their insights and expertise. Train our participants open hearts and sharp minds to engage in meaningful discussions, fostering a deeper understanding of the art and science of teaching English. Ya Allah, we ask you to protect us and this conference from any obstacles and problems that may arise. May the technical aspects run smoothly, and may the conference proceedings be carried out with efficiency. We are grateful for your blessings and the opportunity to come together in pursuit of knowledge. We offer this prayer with hearts full of gratitude. In your name, the ultimate source of wisdom and guidance. Amen. May this conference be resulting success and source of enlightenment and inspiration for all people involved in this conference. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد والحمد لله رب العالمين. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Bapak Supiani. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, allow me to read the agenda of the National Conference today. Our event today consists of opening ceremony, keynote speech session, and parallel session. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of Third National English Education, Language and Literature Seminar 2023 is going to be commenced by welcome speech, and I would like to invite the chairman of Third NEELLS 2023. Please welcome Bapak Kardi Nurhadi MPD to deliver the opening remarks. I give you the floor, Bapak Kardi.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My Honorable the Vice Dean of Faculty of Letters, Ibu Evi Nurul Lailizan, MA, PhD. My Honorable the Head English Department, Bapak Dr. Suharyadi, MPD. The Coordinator of English Language Education Program, Professor Nunung Suryati, MA, PhD. Our distinguished keynote speakers today, we have 4 keynote speakers. Welcome to Assistant Professor Dr. Johannes Ananto Prayogo. Thank you, Bapak. The second keynote speaker, Ibu Professor Yunis Rinakis Mullah Yusuf. Welcome, Ibu. And Assistant Professor Apisak Sukying, PhD from Mahasarakam University, Thailand. And the fourth speaker, Dr. Dewa Gede Ratnatwiyana Putra from Universitas Hindu Sugriwa, Bali. And all the presenters and participants of National English Language Education and Literature Seminar 2023. I'm Kardinal Hadi as the Chief Committee of NEELLS 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the organizing committee, I'm proud to virtually welcome everyone to Malang and the third National English Education, Language and Literature Seminar. This national seminar is organized by Department of English, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang. It is such an honor for us to welcome presenters and participants from Indonesia. These seminars attempt to provide a venue where LA undergraduate, master and doctorate students and other lecturers can share academic knowledge, create networks among scholars with similar interests. This seminar theme is English Language Teaching, Literature, Linguistics in the Society 5.0, Insights and Challenges. Our keynote speaker consists of 4. We warmly welcome to keynote speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Johannes Ananto Prayogo, MPD, MED from Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Dr. Yunis Rinakis Mullah Yusuf, MLing from Universitas Syah Kuala Banda Aceh, Assistant Professor Apisak Sukying, PhD from Mahasarakam University, Thailand, and Dr. I. Dewa Gederat Wiana Putra, MPD from Universitas Hindu Negeri Gusti Bagus Griwa, Denpasar, Indonesia. For your information, the third NEELLS 2023 consists of 24 participants from master's, doctorate student, and LA lecturers from Indonesia, and then 151 of participants from student, master, and doctoral students. This seminar's national is made possible by dedication and hard work of our committee members from postgraduate students and the support from the English Department, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang. The hard work of everyone involved in this seminar is one of the core strengths and adds tremendous value to the seminar organization. We thank you, all of them, for volunteering their time and energy in service to the success of seminar. Finally, we would like thank all presenters for their willingness and to share their research and ideas, and all participants for their keen and active participation. With your efforts, this seminar is possible. We hope you will have an enjoyable online seminar and live fun memories of the third NEELS 2023. Thank you very much. Enjoy your seminar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the wonderful remark, Bapak Kardi. We are now going to listen to welcome speech delivered by the coordinator of study program, Professor Dr. Anda Nunung Suryati, MED PhD. Please welcome Professor Dr. Anda Nunung Suryati.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. A very welcome to you all this morning to this conference. I am Professor Nunung Suryati, head of the postgraduate study program of English language teaching at the Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang. On behalf of the postgraduate study program, I would like to thank you all, teachers, lecturers, master students, doctoral students, undergraduate students, and all presenters and participants at this conference. I am delighted to welcome everyone to this conference as it marks the third yearly conference, and it gives me pleasure to speak in front of you among esteemed ELT practitioners who are expert in their own respective field. I would like to extend my warm welcome also to our distinguished keynote speakers here, the distinguished guests here. The first is the Vice Dean of Academic Affairs, Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Evi Nurul Leli, PhD. The head of the English Department of the Faculty of Letters, Universitas Negeri Malang, Dr. Suharyadi, and our distinguished keynote speakers, Dr. Associate Professor Johannes Ananto Prayogo from Universitas Negeri Malang, one of our faculty members, Professor Yunis Rina Kismula from Universitas Sahwala Banda Aceh, Associate Professor Apisak Sukying from Mahasakaram University, Dr. Dewa Gede Dwiyana from Universitas Hindu Negeri Sugriwa Denpasar. Thank you all for your participation in this conference. The postgraduate study program in English language teaching at UM has been known to offer excellent master and doctoral degree programs. These two programs have been accredited and met the international standards by AQUAS in 2022. Our alums have spread throughout Indonesia, teaching and researching in their home-based university and school. Today, we are having one of our alums as the guest speaker. So it's an honor to have you here. Welcome, Dr. Dewa Gede Dwiyana. Conferences and guest lectures are part of our academic life. So today, the conference here is a good opportunity for doctoral students, master students to share their ideas as well as listen to other research done by their colleagues as well as research done by the experts. So UM is also an excellent place to study. If you are planning to continue your study, I welcome you to do your master's or doctoral study here at UM. This year, committee members are the 22 cohort of doctoral program. Normally, in the past, it was done by the undergraduate, but today we have the doctoral students as the committee members. So thank you for the committee members for making the conference possible. Under the leadership of Bapak Kardi, you have done a fantastic job. I believe that this conference is an excellent place for all the students research to collaborate as well as to share and learn from one another as well as to build the network. Thank you everyone once again for joining the conference, and I would like Dr. Suharyadi as the head of the English department to also welcome the participant as well as the presenters. Thank you very much. Have an enjoyable and fruitful conference. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Prof. Nunung, for the speech. We are now going to invite the head of English department, Bapak Dr. Suharyadi, SPD, MPD, for the welcome speech. I give you the floor, Dr. Suharyadi, SPD, MPD.
Okay, thank you so much, MC Radina. Thank you so much for giving me time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
This is another happiness that I have today. Yeah? So this is another academic session, academic activity that the Department of English Faculty of Letters has organized. So again, we are very happy. I am the head of the English department. Of course, I would like to express my gratitude to God the Almighty for His blessing. And also, I would like to express my thanks to many people. Today, this session, we have the Dean of Faculty of Letters, Professor, yeah, hopefully this is a prayer, Dr. Muhammad Sahri. And then we also have Vice Dean 1, Faculty of Letters, Ibu Dr. Evi Laili. Thank you so much for the support, for the facilities, financial aid for making this annual activity, annual event well organized. So again, thank you so much, Bapak and Ibu. And then I would like also to express my thanks to all the keynote speakers for your time, for your sharing, for your knowledge, for your experiences. We do hope that your knowledge, your sharing, your experiences will be very useful to all of us here in our department. And the next is I would like to thank Ibu Professor Nunung, a new professor. So congratulations, Ibu. And as the coordinator of study program, master's and doctoral program, thank you so much for preparing this annual event from the beginning to today, very well organized. We do hope this kind of activity will be, we can do it again and again in the future. And of course, the committee members. And this session is very special because, as told by Ibu Nunung, this NEELS was usually prepared by the undergraduate student, but this year this event is organized by the master's and doctorate programs of Department of English. So congratulations, Pak Kardi and all the committee members. Good job, yeah. And another thing is addressed to all of the faculty members of the Department of English. Thank you so much for your support, for your helps, and of course also the presenters and participants. Thank you so much for your trust. Without your trust, this annual event will not be organized. So again, thank you so much. And what I hope from this event is let's make this event as a part of academic trajectory. So it's not because we are students in our department, but also if we are, we have graduated from this department, I would like you to also join this program, this event in the future, not only today, this year, not only next year, but also next years. Yeah, that's what I expect. Again, thank you so much for your help, for your participation, for your support. Again, we do hope that this event will be very fruitful for every one of us. That's all from me as the head of the department. Thank you so much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And we would like to invite the Vice Dean 1, Ibu FDA Laili, to officially open this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bapak Suharyadi, for the welcome speech. Distinguished guests, participant, ladies and gentlemen, last greeting will be delivered by the Vice Dean 1, Faculty of Letters, Ibu Evi Nurul Lailizen, SSMA PhD. And we would like to ask the Vice Dean to officially open the third National English Education, Language and Literature Seminar. Please welcome Ibu Evi Nurul Lailizen.
Yeah, thank you so much. I promise you this will be the last, yeah? After a long list of welcoming and opening remark. Anyway, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleague, keynote speakers, students, and participants. It is truly an honor to stand before you today and kickstart what promises to be an enlightening and transformative journey into the heart of our digital age. Yeah. And this year's NEELLS theme is English language teaching, literature, and linguistic in the Society 5.0 era, insight and challenges. As you may know, the concept of Society 5.0 envision a future where technology integrates with society and placing human well-being in societal advancement as its core. And in this era, our understanding of language and communication takes a new dimension and challenges. Yeah. And our theme, this year NEELLS theme, reflect our commitment to understanding and harnessing the power of language and technology in the context of pedagogy, of course, and beyond, to build a more inclusive, connected, and probably a better world. And together today, we will discuss the opportunities and challenges and share insight to guide us in navigating this very rapid changing education, language, and literature landscape. I hope every one of you will engage in a meaningful discussion, attend insightful session, and learn from the wealth of knowledge and experience each of you bring to the seminar. On behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Letters, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our excellent keynote speakers, our one and only Pak Yo, Assistant Professor Dr. Yohanes Ananto Prayogo, MPD from Universitas Negeri Malang, Professor Dr. Nisrina Kismullah Yusuf Emling from USK, Banda Aceh, Assistant Professor Apisak Suking, PhD from Mahasarakam University, Thailand, and Dr. Idewa Gedera Dwiana Putra from Universitas Hindu Negeri Denpasar, Bali, Indonesia. With your unwavering support, this seminar is possible. Thank you so much for coming and joining us and sharing the valuable knowledge with us and our student. And so without further ado, let us dive headfirst into this exciting learning, sharing, and networking adventure. And together we will shape the future of English language and literature education and research. Thank you so much for being a part of the the NEELLS 2023. And I wish you all productive and inspiring experience ahead. Thank you, the head of the department. Thank you, the head of the study program and the committees for making this year's NEEL possible. So again, on behalf of the Dean of the Faculty of Letters, with a great honor to officially open this year's NEEL 2023. And all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Evi. Now we are going to move to the next session. Today we have packed sessions on guest lecture series with interesting issue on English language teaching, literature and linguistics in the Society 5.0 era, insights and challenges. So now without further ado, let us start. Allow me to invite our moderator, Ibu Noni Mia Rahmawati, MPD, and also the excellent keynote speakers. I give you the floor. Please, Ibu Noni.
Thank you very much, Ibu Radina. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, dear participants and presenters. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Noni Mia Rahmawati. I'm going to be the moderator for our first keynote speaker today, Bapak Assistant Professor Dr. Johannes Ananto Prayogo, MPD, MED. We usually call him Pak Yo here in UM, with his title Forensic Linguistics, assisting the U.S. Federal Police to solve delicate criminal cases. But before we start with his presentation, let me introduce just a brief resume of Pak Yo. So as you can see here, that's the person, his photo. So we usually call him Pak Yo here. Once again, the title of his paper that he's going to present today is Forensic Linguistics, assisting the U.S. Federal Police to solve delicate criminal cases. Next slide, please. Pak Yo is a graduate of Bachelor and Masters in ELT from IKIP Malang. As you know, UM used to be IKIP Malang, and then he continues his study in Masters in University of Houston, USA, and he earned his Master of Language Arts in 1997, and then he continued his study in Universitas Negeri Malang for his doctorate program, and he graduated in 2005. Without further ado, Pak Yo, you have around 30 minutes for your presentations, and then we're going to have around 10 minutes for the question and answer sessions. Dear participants, you can put or you can give your questions by typing your questions in the chat box, or later you're going also to be able to give your questions directly orally to Pak Yo. Pak Yo, you may start, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. But Noni, yeah, you this morning reminded me of your name.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear honorable audience. It's really an honor for me to be here with you in this seminar and to be given the opportunity to share my thoughts, my ideas in this wonderful occasion. My presentation today is, the topic is on forensic linguistics. Basically, it's about how forensic linguistics has been employed to assist the U.S. Federal Police to crack intricate and delicate, sophisticated criminal cases. Yeah, I think this is the PowerPoint. Yeah, as we know, linguistics is a big science, an enormous science or discipline or field. Yeah, this usually classified into two: microlinguistics and macrolinguistics. As you may have known, microlinguistics comprise phonology, the study of sounds, and morphology, the study of how words are constructed out of their smallest meaningful units called morpheme, and syntax, the study of phrases and clauses and sentences, and then semantics and pragmatic study of meaning and how meaning is determined by context. That is microlinguistics. I will address it later at the end of my presentation. And the second part is macrolinguistics. Basically, this is the implementation of the principles or theories of linguistics applied to other fields. Let's say like neurolinguistics is the study or the subfield or branch of linguistics that studies the interrelationship between the brain, human brain, and their ability to utilize language or comprehend language, produce language. Yes, psycholinguistics, that is psyche. Anthropological linguistics is language as part of culture. So everything is connected to language because linguistics is the study of language. But the focus of my presentation this morning is on one particular macro sub field of macrolinguistics that is called forensic linguistics. Next, first is the definition. Forensic linguistics is the study of the application of knowledge, principles, methods, and theories of linguistics to excuse me, perfect picture, yeah, to the forensic context of law, especially law, yeah, bidang hukum, crime investigation, trial, and judicial procedure. I took it from Leonard et al., 2017, page 1. Yeah, forensic linguistics is actually a relatively new discipline. Yeah, it was first coined in UK in 1968 by Jan Swartvik, a professor of linguistics. There was a story behind it. Yeah, one time, a man named Timothy John Evans was accused of murdering his wife and child, and he was put into trial and sentenced to death. Yeah, and then being executed. So he died. But this professor of forensic linguistics was still curious. So he researched his written testimonies, his written letters, what he spoke in courts and so on. And he found out that John Evans or Timothy was sincere in his confession. And almost at the same time, somebody named John Christie was arrested because of another case, a murder case. And later he confessed. So John Christie confessed that he had murdered John Evans' wife and child. So, but everything was late because Timothy John Evans was already executed. And this professor of forensic linguistics then developed a science by creating a term forensic linguistics. That is the story behind the emergence of the coined term forensic linguistics. And this forensic linguistics subfield of microlinguistics developed much, especially in the late 1990s, especially in the US, and then years of 2000s. till today. So it is really booming, if you will, but not in Indonesia. Maybe just limited employment of this subfield of macrolinguistics. The main areas of forensic linguistics, first is the language of legal texts, language of legal documents, private wills, and court judgments, summonses. B, the language of legal processes. So legal texts, surat wasiat, for instance, private will, yeah, and legal processes like police testimonies in court, interview techniques, and evidence presentations, and so forth.
Istilah forensik linguistik. Belum pernah.
And then linguistic evidence, yeah, like suicide letters and ransom demands. There are a lot of crimes in which the perpetrators send letters of threats. So that could be used by the police to track them. So threat communications, manifestos, emergency calls, and so forth. Yeah. So those are valuable evidence. Next. Let us see criminal case 1. It is called the Unabomber. Yeah, it's called Unabomber because the Yun here represents university. It's a clipping from universities, so Yun. Here is airlines. So the bomber targeted universities and airlines. This is the general information. The time when it occurred, it was during 1978, actually, not 76, but 78 to 1996. That's almost 2 decades, 20 years. So the targets were universities and airlines in the US. And casualties, 3 dead, 23 injured, and many severely injured. And the cost to crack the criminal case was millions of dollars. But actually, after spending millions of dollars, the federal police in the US still was or arrived at the dead end. Yeah, dead end, jalan buntu. But later, it was cracked because of the assistance of forensic linguistics. The criminal case was dubbed as the longest and costliest, the most expensive manhunt in the US history. 2 decades. US people were really terrified for almost 20 years. And here are the list, just to mention a few. Universities and airlines targeted, like Northwestern University of Evanston in Illinois, University of Utah at Salt Lake City, and Vanderbilt University at Tennessee, and University of California at Berkeley. Yeah, this is the perpetrator's alma mater. Okay, and Yale University, University of Michigan, and then the airlines, Boeing company and American airline flights 444, in which there were many victims here, and United Airlines. So just naming some of the targets. Yeah. This is the chronological event. So the perpetrator, the criminal, sent a manifesto before this. Oh yeah, okay. This is almost the end of, because time is limited. So the perpetrator sent a manifesto of 35,000 words to Washington, the Washington Post and the New York times promising to end the bombing if the manifesto was published. So the Washington Post and the New York Times, with the consent from the FBI, published the manifesto in September the same year, 1995. Remember, the start of the bombing was in 1978. Yeah, so this is almost the end of the bombing. Yeah, and after it was published in the two widely read newspapers, there were two people who were very shocked, namely David Kaczynski and Linda Kaczynski, yeah, because they found similar similarities in the language used in the manifesto and the language used in the letters sent by his older brother and brother-in-law, that is Theodore John Kaczynski. That is the correct pronunciation, the correct spelling, Kaczynski, because his grandfather originated from Poland. Yeah. So Theodore John Kaczynski was arrested in a forest outside Montana in April 1996. So several months after the FBI investigated more profoundly, then Theodore John Kaczynski was arrested. He was a genius with the IQ 167, higher than the owner of Apple or Mark Zuckerberg or the others. Yeah, so higher. So he was really a genius. He was born in Illinois, admitted at Harvard University at the age of 16. You can imagine. Yeah. So actually his mother was worried from the beginning because this particular child was different from the others. Obtained his doctoral degree in math from University of Michigan and former math professor at University of California at Berkeley. So he left the position of the math professor, and he isolated himself in a forest because he hated technology and he hated industrial life. So our theme in general is Industrial Revolution 5.0. So I will touch later at the end of my presentation. He finally served. He was punished. He served 8 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. I suspect that there was an agreement between the younger brother and the sister-in-law and the FBI that he was not granted death penalty, but just life imprisonment 8 times. He died in prison 3 months ago, so just last June, the 10th, 2023, at the age of 81. Yes, please, next. Here is the similar language or the language similarities found by the younger brother and the sister-in-law and the FBIs. The theme content is the same, was the same. Hatred of technology and hatred of industrial life. During conversation, the members of the family and everywhere, he expressed that he hated industrial life, yeah, and technology. And the diction, yeah, is the function of, I think, vocabulary, morphology, choice of words, like chemical. He didn't use the word unrealistic, but he used a special word that is chemical. He coined this term. And that is not broad actually, but brood life or chick for woman. Yeah. He always used the word chick for a girl or a woman. Anomic instead of anomaly, but he created his own term, anomic, And for the members of the family of Kaczynski family, that is very common. So they have heard a lot about this term. That is a society, not spicy, that is society with no norms or values. That's anomaly, actually. But he coined a certain word that is anomic. And Negro for African American. Probably he hated also Black people. And special expression, this is phraseology, part of linguistics, syntax. That's cool-headed logicians. This is Ted Kaczynski's term, cool-headed logicians. And you can eat your cake and have it too. This is a determinant evidence, because only in the family of Ted and David's family, this term or this sentence is used. Actually, the correct one is you can have the cake and eat it too. But it's very common. They played with syntactic expressions. They reversed the position of object, pronoun, and so on, just to make fun. So in the manifesto, Ted Kaczynski wrote, "You can eat your cake and have it too." And David Kaczynski was very sure that this is my older brother. Yeah. And then, okay. Writing style, well-organized writing with introduction, content, and conclusion. I think you are familiar with how a good writing is usually evaluated. You have the content, and then the organization, and then the language, the vocabulary, and the grammar, and the writing mechanics, like the paragraphing and so on. Yeah. So because of the well-organized writing, it was deduced by the police that the writer must be an academician or an educated person. Yeah. Very rigid, very well organized. This is statement, controlling idea being developed and concluded in the end. And Ted in the manifesto used footnote instead of endnote. Instead of endnote, instead of correction, depicting the original. Okay, he used footnote. It was already left behind, obsolete, sudah kuno. So he didn't use endnote, but footnote. That also depicted his relative age. I think his age was somewhere between this and this. And the last is the typical letters of the Corona typewriter detected by the FBI profiler. And when he was arrested in the forest, the FBI investigators found the typewriter there. So exactly. But from the evidence found, the expression, "you can eat your cake and have it too," was very determining, yeah, to point out that that Kaczynski was the perpetrator. Next, please. Criminal case 2. How many more minutes do I have, moderator?
Around 20 minutes, Pak, ya?
Oh, still 20
Still
minutes.
have 20 minutes, yes.
Okay, thank you. In criminal case 2 is letter perfect. The title is letter because it's a suicide letter, not perfect letter, but the title is letter perfect. For the general information of this criminal case, there were 3 close friends and roommates, namely Michael Hunter, a college graduate of computer program, and Gary Wilson, landscape architect, And Joseph Monino, medical student, actually he already finished his medical study, yeah, but had not been a physician, not yet a doctor, because he needed to continue for 2 or 3 years to get the license to be a physician from the Northern California at Chapel Hill. This is a tale of heartbreak, deception, and jealousy. Michael was found dead in his room, and from initial examination, it was found that there was no evidence of head or chest trauma or any injury. So, yeah, that might explain why Michael was dead. So, no injuries whatsoever. But from the examination of the blood, toxicology test revealed that his blood contained, excuse me, this is medical term, should be read diphenhydramine and hydroxyzine, and 1 little dose of lidocaine, which was really fatal if it was injected. And then during the investigation, his father committed suicide because of depression, because he could not bear the big loss for the death or demise of Michael. Joseph Monino was the prime suspect because as a medical student, he was the only person that had access to medicines, and certainly he knew how to perform an injection without being detected. But he could not be arrested just because of the on the suspicion basis. So investigators searched again for evidence, and finally they discovered a possible clue. That was a typed suicide letter in a desk allegedly written by Michael. So there was a suicide letter in a desk on a computer desk among Michael's belongings. Just imagine Michael's belongings and one particular desk. And the investigators scrutinized the desk and found a suicide letter. But they got a dead end, jalan buntu, like the criminal case 1, and couldn't, if the investigators were too lazy to investigate, they just would say that, oh yeah, okay, so Michael Hunter committed suicide. But at that time, the investigators, the federal police, summoned Dr. Carol Chesky, a forensic linguist, and they requested her to examine the suicide letter. And Dr. Chesky, employing a new computer program called ALIAS, that is an acronym of Automated Linguistic Identification of Authorship. ALIAS, newly developed. So Dr. Chesky discovered that the patterns of language in the suicide letter was not found in Michael's known writing samples. So she compared Michael's known writing samples with the letter or the language pattern in the suicide letter. And she concluded that Michael Hunter definitely did not write the suicide letter. This is the contribution, the really valuable contribution of sociolinguistics to human life. Probably this is the connection between Industrial Revolution 5 In Industrial Revolution 5.0, actually there is no new invention invented. In Industrial Revolution 1.0, that is steam engine, mesin uap. In Industrial Revolution 2.0, that was the invention of electricity by Thomas Edison. And 3.0, that is computer, that was computer. And then internet and telecommunication and so forth. So 5.0, actually it was put forward by the Japanese Prime Minister. He was so worried that the emergence, the vast development of technology would dehumanize people. So Industrial Revolution 5.0 is trying to answer the question and to fill the gap that technology should be humanized. So because of the machine called alias, then it becomes useful for human life. Probably that is the connection of the issue of forensic linguistics and Industrial Revolution 5.0. And next, please. Employing the same computer program, alias, she found that the patterns of language in the suicide letter with those of known writing samples of Joseph Moreno. So similar, and I will show you later the similarities. And confronted with the evidence, Joseph Moreno confessed that he did write the suicide letter and he had injected Michael Hunter with a lethal dose of lidocaine. And Gary Walson, this is just spotting character. Actually, this is not a fiction. This is a true story. Yeah, Gary Walson confessed that he, Mike, and Joe actually had a homosexual love triangle. So Joseph Moreno was jealous with Gary Walson, and he murdered Michael Hunter. And let's see the discovered language patterns in the next slide. Yeah, I think that is not double R, it should be one R, the discovered language patterns. In the suicide letter, the linguist found the distinctive use of conjunctions and, but, or, used almost always to combine sentences. So like you take it or you leave it. So sentence and then conjunction and then sentence. Sometimes it's called sentence connector. Almost never like you and me will go to Surabaya or you and I will be, no, that is subject noun phrase with a conjunction and. And it was found, she found the same pattern in Joseph Moreno's writing samples. He liked to use and, but, or conjunctions to combine sentences instead of nouns or phrases, yeah, words, phrases, or clauses. The second is the distinctive use of longer adverbs. So in the suicide letter, there were longer adverbs like ever hopefully, I think, adverb manner, yeah? Never truly, or even usually. That is adverb of frequency, probably, even usually. So Michael Hunter never wrote that way, never, in the samples, in his writing samples. But the forensic linguist found many examples, many occurrences in Joseph's writing samples. So these two distinctive uses of language were overwhelmingly found in Joseph Monino's known writing samples. That's why it was certain that Joseph Monino wrote the suicide letter. That's why when he was confronted with the evidence, he couldn't resist. He just confessed that he did the murder. Okay, and I think this is the last. Okay, this is the wrap up. So language, whether it's used orally or in writing, such as in an emergency call, if you see in YouTube, for instance, you will find a lot of emergency calls actually were made by the perpetrators themselves, by the murderers themselves, whether they murdered their wives or the whole family, or actually they themselves did because of the emergency calls. The manifesto, a manifesto like what Unabomber did, or suicide letter in the second criminal case. They constitute, so the language used constitute traces of DNA. It's similar to DNA and fingerprints, or it's like a piece of fiber. I think you often see how the police overseas crack a very complicated criminal case just because they found a fiber in the floor of a car, a fiber or a hair, because in the hair there is DNA. So finally they can crack very delicate and intricate criminal cases and arrest the perpetrators from the help of a science called forensic linguistics. So once again, if we want to connect this with Industrial Revolution 5.0, I think this subfield of macrolinguistics will soon get more attention, especially in Indonesia. I think Indonesia is still embryonic, is still the beginning of the employment of forensic linguistics. So this is also a job field for the graduates of English departments, that the courts and the police forces will need their expertise in this subfield of linguistics. Thank you, Ms. Moderator.
Please give warm welcome to our first keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Pak Yo. Now I would like to invite the participants to give their questions to our first speaker, Pak Yo. You can give your questions directly to Pak Yo orally by unmuting yourself. Let me call your names, and then you can unmute yourself, and then you can give your questions. Or you can also give your questions to the via chat box. So you can type your question there. I'm going to give, because we only have around 10 minutes for the question and answer sessions, I would like to have the questions from the participants orally for 2 people, and then I'm also going to give the chances for those who give the questions through chat box. Let's see whether we can have 2 or 3 questions from the chat. Ibu Satriani or Mbak Satriani, you raise your hand. You can directly give your question to Pak Yo.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. Okay, can you hear my voice?
Yes, clearly.
My camera is not going well.
Okay.
So, thank you for the nice presentation, Pak Yo.
You're welcome.
One question about the forensic linguistic. I'm wondering about how does this forensic linguistics contribute to the analysis of hate speech or harassment cases? Because we know that in online or social medias. Sometimes hate speech or harassment via online is mushrooming in our country. So my question is, how does this forensic linguistics contribute to this analysis of the hate speech itself and or the harassment? Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Satriani. I think Pak Yu, you can directly answer her
Okay.
questions. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Satriani. I know this Satriani in my class. I have a student named Satriani.
Yes, sir.
The same person?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Satriani. I think we need to define what hate speech, what can be included in hate speech or harassment speech. Yeah. Then by then, if an incident happens involving hate speech or utterances spoken by somebody to you, for instance, whether it can be included into, classified into hate speech or not, then we need to be clear with the definition. Yeah, what hate speech is, or what can be included in hate speech. Not long ago, all the lecturers must or had to fill in, or had to answer quizzes from the government about sexual harassment or sexual violence, kekerasan seksual, and all lecturers did the quizzes. And I begin to question myself, because many times I tell jokes in class or in other events, then I become now be more careful, because my joke can be included into sexual harassment verbally. Have you ever heard a joke about a young man who prayed to God to be given a bridge from U.S. main island to Hawaii, you see? And God said, sorry, young man, it is too long, thousands of kilometers. Just imagine the waves, the logistics. And so give me another request. And the young man said, sorry, this is just to show you whether this is sexual harassment or underestimating women. Or and the young man said, oh, so please give me a woman for my wife. I failed to make a woman to be my wife and to make her happy, and so on and so on. And God kept silent for a while. And then later God answered, okay, you want 4 lanes or 2 lanes in the bridge? Yeah, it means it's more difficult to make a woman happy than to build a bridge 1,000 kilometers long. And now I begin to be doubtful whether, well, maybe this is not proper. This is probably because underestimating a certain gender is also a crime. So I need to be more careful in telling jokes. Okay, so once again, define what hate speech first and harassment speech first. Then forensic linguistics will help to correct certain incidents happening to you. Because sexual harassment or hate speech in America, just like politeness in America and politeness in Indonesia, is much different. It's not polite at all to give somebody using left hand in America, but here it's impolite. Try hard to use the right hand. So politeness is different. Hate speech is different. Okay. Thank you. hope I have answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pak Yu.
Yeah, there is also a question, moderator, in the chat box.
Yes, we're going to go with the direct question first, Pak Yu, and then
Okay.
we're going to move to the chat box here.
Okay.
We have another participant who want to ask you directly her question, Mbak Deni Yatri.
Yes.
Yes.
Firstly, thank you for the chance and thank you for the talk, sir. In this case, I have a question. I'm still questioning what are the legal and ethical implications that need to be considered when using forensic linguistic evidence in court.
I'm sorry, but I think we have a little bit of trouble hearing your questions. Mbak Deni, can you please repeat your question once again?
Okay. I'm still questioning what are the legal and ethical implications that need to be considered when using forensic linguistic evidence in a court.
Oh, okay. So this is about the legal documents, yeah? The implications of having legal documents and so on for forensic linguistics. Pak Yu?
Okay, thank you very much. One thing that I must highlight, Denny, is that forensic linguistics just assists investigators and judges to consider the evidence found from the perspective of forensic linguistics. Yeah, forensic linguistics evidences or evidence cannot be used to punish people. So this is just a helping hand to the final to the final judgment. I mean, before the judge delivers the penalties to the perpetrators. Okay, so when you ask about legal and ethical implications, I think if I were an expert in forensic linguistics and I were summoned to a court, I would stand from my point of view as a forensic linguist. I would deliver what I found, what I had found in the evidence of suicide letters, for instance, or manifestos, or whatever, okay, to the court. It depends on the judge whether they, the judge members, whether they were going to use my evidences or not. But that is the limitation of my expertise. Okay, but any. Yeah, whether it is whether it's ethical, whether I would just say it as what I had discovered in my analysis of maybe the letters or the wills, yeah, surat wasiat or akta perkawinan or whatever, whether that was original or not, and I would present it to the court as an expert in forensic linguistics. Yeah, if the judge considered that was unethical or unethical, it's up to the judge. Okay.
All right, got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Pak Yu and Mbak Deni. Now we move to the questions that we have in the chat box, Pak Yu. The first is actually the question from our chief of committee, Pak Kardi. So he asked about how has technology impacted the field of forensic linguistics, particularly in the analysis of digital communications? Should I repeat? Yeah. So this is about how the impact of forensic linguistics to analysis of digital communications. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, the chair of the committee should have asked me.
Maybe he's just curious. So I see that he paid attention to your presentation very closely. That
yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Let's see the latest case in Indonesia. as you may have seen, that the Indonesian police have managed to crack trillion costs of narcotics smuggling. Okay, and it was very complicated. One reporter asked the spokesperson of the police. She asked, "How did the police track the what? Yeah, let's see, because it involves Thailand, it involves Malaysia, and how could you crack this criminal case, sir?" Something like that. Yeah, I rephrased the reporter's questioning, and it involves really the digital devices to track them from. You know that the Indonesian police already has set up a department that is cyber force. So this cyber force consists of experts. Those experts, I think many are university graduates. They were recruited by Indonesian police to track whether on hate speech, on harassment speech, on radicalism, on whatever, and also in the issues of narcotics and other smuggling, trafficking, human trafficking, and so on. And I really appreciate that. So yeah, hope that because criminals are getting smarter, so police investigators and law enforcers must be much smarter. Yeah. If you ask about technology, I have mentioned one, Alias, that is automated machine, and I think there will be new ones in the future. Yeah, I'm very sure about it. Yeah, because smartphones are getting smarter and smarter. Also, the users. Technology is like pedang bermata dua. You can use for good things, fruitful things. You can also use for negative things. Just like a simple knife, you can use for cutting vegetables, for cooking. You can stab somebody and kill somebody for using a knife. So it depends on the man behind the gun, people say. Okay, yeah, but I think technology on forensic linguistics will soon develop rapidly.
Okay, thank you, Pak Yu. We move to the next questions in the chat box. I jumped several questions here. This is from Jimmy from Universitas BSI Jakarta. His question is, what are the key elements of forensic linguistics for us as a college student so we can understand the specific knowledge about this course? So this is about if forensic linguistics becomes a course, then what are the key elements to teach for the students?
Okay, first of all, this is linguistics, right? A branch, a subfield of linguistics, because this linguistics is the study of language. So it should deal with language. I think the prerequisite of the course, forensic linguistics, if any, if it is offered as a course, should be microlinguistics. They should know little or much about phonology. Phonology has two branches, phonetics and phonemics, morphology, and between phonology and morphology, we have another branch that is morphophonetics or morphophonemics, and then syntax. Between morphology and syntax, there is another branch. That's why I said in the beginning of my presentation that linguistics is a big science. So anything, any evidence related to language. And I've presented in the second or third slide that the principal areas of foreign languages, linguistics, is the language of legal texts, just like private wills, surat wasiat, that can be part of forensic linguistics, okay? The language of legal processes presented in a course. At a glance, in my opinion, there should be, meeting one should be about reviewing presentation of the course description, of course, and reviewing the microlinguistics. Maybe meeting 1, 2, and 3. And then meeting 4, that should be on the language of legal texts. Yeah. What does it mean? What does language of legal texts mean? Okay, maybe 2 or 3 meetings, because it involves about legal documents, about court judgments, summonses. What are all? What are they all about? Yeah. So, and then next meeting is the language of legal processes in court, because during interview technique by the police, I think in YouTube, I often watch in YouTube, and it's interesting. Yeah, maybe because my major is related to language, so it's just, yeah, how a murderer tried to conceal her or his murder by using like submissive language, but actually the detectives were smarter. Yeah, please watch if you want to see that. And I think you can refer to YouTube to give assignments to your students and analyzing in interviews done by police or by detectives, yeah, to criminal perpetrators. And the last is linguistic evidence, like the manifestos and the suicide letters. And what are these all about? And I think you can spread it into 16 meetings, subtracted by mid-test and final test. And so 13, 14 meetings talking about forensic linguistics, if it were offered as a course, if it is offered as a course, separate course.
Okay, thank you very much, Pak Yo, for the answer. This is the last question in the chat box for you, Pak Yo, from Ibu Neneng Islamia. This is about hate speech. So she is wondering whether, as educators, is it okay for educator to use the words that really hurt the students, but the educators actually still think it will help the students to motivate them. So what do you think? Is it a kind of hate speech, or can we still do it as educators?
Please don't. Please don't. Yeah. Remember, as educators, I think we all, if we are teachers or professors at colleges, our mouth is our tiger. Mulut kita adalah harimau kita. So what words should come out from our mouth is words of encouragement. Not even saying you are dumb or you are lazy, or it should be transformed into encouraging words. Remember, the last competence that a professional teacher or professor should have, that is personality competence. So besides professional competence, pedagogy competence, and then social competence, if I'm not mistaken, and then personality competence. And the personality competence, we teachers, professors have 2 functions, namely teaching and educating. Teaching is easy, okay? It can be learned. But educating, if you want your students to come on time, you should come on time to class, even in time. okay? Because we should be good models. And there are two. I sum up into two personality competence, types of personality. One is being patient. Being patient. If you harass your students by uttering discouraging words, you're not patient. And second, being inspirational. That's it. To me, it's my perspective. Okay, so we need to be patient and we need to inspire. We don't have much time with our students. I often see students in the first semester, and then suddenly I see her or him again during thesis examination. See, I don't have much time, just one semester, and that's it. So inspire them to be good people, to have good personalities. Okay, I think that should be our commitment. Okay, yeah. Apakah itu tanggal tua atau lagi ribut dengan suami istri, be patient and inspirational. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak Yo. Dear participants, we've come to the end of our first sessions with Pak Yohanes Ananto Prayogo. Before we leave, let me give you a short or a brief summary of his presentation. So forensic linguistics, or FL, is within the area of macrolinguistics. It is the study of the applications of knowledge, principles, methods, and theories of linguistics to the forensic context of law, crime investigation, trial, and judicial procedure. There are three principal areas of forensic linguistics. The first one is the language of legal text. Next, the language of legal processes, and the last one is linguistic evidence. It is a relatively new study, as the term has only been coined firstly in 1968, but it developed rapidly as, for example, it could help solving a case that was unsolved for around 2 decades in the US. And I hope here in Indonesia, we will use more and more forensic linguistics to solve the crimes that we have here in our country. Thank you very much. Once again, Pak Yohanes Ananto Prayogo, give a very warm applause to him first, please. Next, I would like to pass the baton to my colleague, Mbak Badriah Ulfa, who will guide us with the second session with our next keynote speaker. Mbak Badriah Ulfa, time is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you. Am I audible, Ibu?
Yes, very much audible, Mbak.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Ibu Noni. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, first of all, let me introduce myself first. My name is Badriah Ulfa, and I will be the moderator for the second session. Well, it is my privilege and honor to welcome you to this session featuring our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Yunis Rina Kismullah Yusuf, Master of Linguistics. Assalamualaikum. Good morning, Prof.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning.
Well, Prof, allow me first to provide a brief introduction about you as one of our distinguished keynote speakers for today. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Dr. Yunis Rina Kismullah Yusuf is a renowned scholar in the field of linguistics, particularly phonology. She currently holds the positions of Professor of Linguistics or Phonology at the Department of English Education, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education in Universitas Syah Kuala Banda Aceh, Indonesia. Professor Yunis Rina began her academic pursuit at the undergraduate level, earning her bachelor's degree in English education from Universitas Syah Kuala Banda Aceh. She continued her scholarly journey by pursuing a master's degree in linguistics. And then upon the completion of her master's degree, Professor Yunis Rina pursuit of academic excellence led her to a Doctor of Philosophy, PhD program, with a specialization in phonology, also at the esteemed University Malaya in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. It's also worth noting that Prof. Yunis Rina has made significant contribution to the academic world through her extensive research and publication efforts. So we see from her CV that in the last 5 years, In the last 5 years alone, she has authored an impressive 75 plus, even more maybe now for the publication. This publication encompasses a wide range of topics within linguistic, phonology, and other related fields, where demonstrating her dedication to advancing knowledge in her chosen field of expertise. In addition to her impressive research and academic contribution, Prof. Yunisrina also served as the editor-in-chief of the Studies in English Language and Education Journal, where most of us maybe we always mention it as YELE, the well-known Q1 Scopus Index Journal. Prof. Yunisrina commitment also to the advancement of okay. Prof. Yunisrina's commitment to advancement of education extends beyond research and publications. Over the last 5 years, she also actively engaged in 47 plus educations and training programs and more than 20 active academic activities, where she often served as the source person, presenters, or keynote speaker yesterday. Well, now I think that without further ado, I invite Professor Dr. Yunisrina Kismullah Yusuf, Master of Linguistics, to deliver her presentation on our conference with the title Acoustic Phonetics in English Language Teaching. So, Prof, the presentation will be around 30 minutes, and another 10 minutes will be the question and answering session. So, Prof. Yunisrina, time is yours. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Miss Badriah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullah.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Quite a lot for me, actually. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference, Pak Kardi. We have been communicating through WhatsApp all of this time. It is such an honor to be invited to NEELLS 2023, especially when I see, some of the presenters and participants of this conference are also writers of SEAL. We call it SEAL Journal. Yeah, I see Prof. Nunung, yeah, and there is also Bu Neneng Islamia. I think she has published with us once, yeah, before we were indexed in Scopus. So thank you very much for all of your contribution to our journal until now that we managed to receive Q1 from Scopus. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about acoustic phonetics, maybe just a little bit about that at the end, but mostly about varieties of English at the beginning. Is it okay if I share screen, Ms. Badriah?
Oh, yes, you are, Prof.
Okay.
Can you do?
Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Okay, acoustic phonetics in English language teaching. If students from the English education program, maybe not much will talk about or do research in acoustic phonetics, but those who are specifically enrolled in linguistic faculties are usually quite common with acoustic phonetics research. Yeah. So this is my field that is a part of phonology. So let's talk about varieties of English first. Today English is a worldwide language, and we have 1.5 billion to 2 billion speakers of this language around the world. But from this number, only 400,000 are native English speakers, as Crystal says. And this is, besides that, those who speak English as a first language is about 329,000 something speakers. But those who use English as a second language is even more. Yeah. So countries like Indonesia, China, we treat English as a foreign language. And then there is Malaysia, India, who treat English as their second language. So English is used worldwide today. And here is the concentric circles proposed by Kashru in 1985. So the English-speaking countries of the world, they are divided into inner circles, outer circles, and expanding circles. So we Indonesians are in the expanding circles. So from this figure, we can see that there are now more non-native English speakers compared to the native speakers themselves. So when you say, if a native speaker say, you know, English is ours, actually that's not true anymore. It belongs to everyone. Yeah, the language now belongs to everyone. Yeah. So let's look at the influences, you know, of how these varieties of English, that means different kinds of English being used and spoken by people around the world. Yeah. So in non-native English speaking countries, it holds the status of being the first or the second language. Now, why is this so? It is, first of all, based on the geographical area. And then there is history, like Malaysia, who was once colonized by the English people. And then social life, yeah, culture, and first languages. So all of these elements, they shape the form of the English that, you know, we speak. People around the world, they use English very differently. Yeah. So these are some of the elements that influences the differences. Now let's look at the example of varieties. Now, what is varieties? Let's look at grammar. Yeah, in grammar, we have the differences between the inner circle first. Between American English, that is different to British English, Australian English, and New Zealand English. Now, my parents are very different then, would be American English. My parents are very different to blah, 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 British English, yeah, in the use of grammar. Malaysian English, I think we are all very familiar with this, especially if you are a sinetron watcher of Malaysian dramas, yeah. Hey, I shower already, you know, replacing the present word with already. Yeah. I have showered. And then they would say, I shower already, I shop already, what you want, for example. That's okay. They can understand that, you know, if they use that kind of English among themselves. So grammar. And then use of lexicon words. American English, you say movies. British English, we say cinema. Yeah. And then there is South African English. Yeah. South Africa say the word cookie as a cupcake. So if you go to South Africa and you say, I want a cookie, they will give you a cupcake. Yeah. If you want to go to a cafe, you have to say convenience store. To us, convenience store is something else. Yeah. And then Indian English. Yeah. So it is very common if you exchange letters formally in the Indian English context, as researched by Al-Wasabi. It is common that they sign their letter with your obedient servant. This would be, you know, not common in the inner circle countries. Phonology, this is what we would prominently hear when people speak. The word web, some say web, eyes, some say ice, yeah, Malaysian English. Motorcycle, they would say motorcycle, yeah. And then Indonesian English, the differences between stressed and unstressed words, for example, sit and seat, bed and bad. Yeah, sometimes they are used interchangeably. And then the way we read syllables, you know, Wednesday, we would say Wednesday, we would say Wednesday. Yeah, salmon, we read it as it is written, salmon. Comfortable, you know, we would read comfortable. So in the oral form, usually communication can cause gaps in understandings. This is different from written form. I mean, written, everyone reads the same thing. But when you speak, everyone uses different words and you hear differently. Yeah. So that's like, for example, in written, when you write color and then there is color, of course, you know, this is warna, right? Yeah. But when you speak, you know, color, the color is very different and sometimes can be interpreted differently. So these are some examples of varieties in English in terms of differences in grammar, lexicon, and phonology. So because of all of those differences, this caused, you know, problems in countries that teach English in the institutions, yeah, the preference of using English varieties. So some country do have educational policy. For example, in Malaysia and India, because they were once colonized by the British, all of the textbooks are written in British English. Yeah. South Korea, because they have really, what do we say, close historical and cultural ties with the American. Many of the textbooks in South Korea, they will use American English. Even our research in 2009 with my colleague who at that time was doing her studies in the UK, many of her South Korean friends said, if you want to find work in South Korea, the employer would prefer the American English compared to British English. Yeah. So even though you speak really good English, but you have that British English accent, they would prefer the American one. Yeah, compared to the British accent. So you see this, all of these different accents, they play a role because of something. So in Indonesia, it is still unclear because we were, colonized by the Dutch. So we don't know to use British or American. Yeah, but there is a study by Mardijono. He says that even though it is still unclear, many of the Indonesian students are more familiar with the American accent, compared to the British accent, because of the media. We watch more Hollywood movies. We listen to more songs sang by American singers, compared to British singers, and so on and so on. So this media plays a really big role in which English for us to use. So English Indonesia, it is treated as a foreign language. It is taught from the grade 7, in public school. Unless you go to private schools, this is where sometimes they teach even from kindergarten. Yeah, but formally, in terms of the curriculum, it is taught from grade 7. Now, many of the English teachers in Indonesia, they learn English from non-native English teachers. For example, let's say I would learn English from my senior lecturer, and he is an Indonesian, not a native speaker of English. So of course, every non-native speaker in Indonesia, you would have your own accent, due to the influences of our mother tongues and so on. For example, when I listen to the English spoken by Prof. Jo, I listen to the English spoken by Prof. Nunung, when she was giving the opening remarks, I hear that accent that, oh, they are not Achinese. I mean, because I am an Achinese speaker, when I hear people of different places speak English, oh, they are from Java Island. This is from Sumatra Island. You can hear the distinct accent due to our mother tongue. So of course, the variation, they exist because of different regions. Like I'm from Achinese. I would have, an accent that is very different from Miss Badria, who is not an Achinese, for example. Because of sometimes social strata and education, they also affect the way, we speak English. Okay, now, so those are all, the things that are happening right now. Now, what is the very big challenge that we are facing? So we are exposed to more than just English spoken in the inner circle countries. We now listen to Bollywood songs. You hear people singing Indian songs with English words, and their accent would come up, and then we follow. We watch Indian movies. Who are fans of Shah Rukh Khan, sometimes you hear Shah Rukh Khan speaking English and you try to follow him, right? And the way he speaks. So we are not only exposed to inner circle countries of the English, but also to the outer and expanding circle. And probably the most closest one as to Indonesia is Malaysia. Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, because why? They are our neighboring countries. Most of us, if we have enough money, of course, we will first go to Malaysia as our destination tour for vacation. A destination for vacation. And then media, for example, we would invite lecturers from Malaysia. If sometimes our institution do not have enough money to invite someone from, farther than Malaysia. Yeah. And then, of course, you are influenced by Indian English, Thai and Philippine English. There are many soap operas and movie series now in Thai and Philippines. Korean English, of course, this is unstoppable at the moment. You hear K-pop music, dramas, Arabic English when you hear news, Al Jazeera. So, sometimes this confuses teacher. What English do I teach due to all of these challenges, right? So let's look at teaching English in the classroom. Now, in schools, teachers, us, we are trained, right? We are trained to speak like the native speaker. When I was still in doing my bachelor's degree in 2000 and in the year 2000, I graduated in 2001. I remembered how our teacher put very strong stress to use the perfect pronunciation. I don't want to hear even a tint of that Achinese accent in your T, because Achinese has very thick T. For example, the word think, you will hear many Achinese say I think, a little bit like Indian English. I think this is very good. Yeah, think. Yeah, we have very thick T. That's why many people, sometimes when we make fun of each other, we say, hey, your Achinese is so atiti, ache tok tok. Yeah, because of the T. Yeah. So it was very different back then. When our lecturers teach pronunciation, we have to have that perfect pronunciation. Yeah. So if we say I think, they all directly would say that's incorrect, that's wrong. Yeah. And then so in teaching, what happens, remember Prof. Joe said, when you are a teacher, you must encourage your students, right? I remember him saying that just a few minutes ago. You must encourage your students when he was answering the question from Bu Nene. Yeah. So when we keep on correcting our students' pronunciation, what happens? Later, students become unmotivated, right? And then they become lethargic to English. That word, lethargic. Oh, I hate English. I don't want to learn this language. It's just too difficult. One wrong pronunciation, and then the teacher give me a 40 for my score. Yeah. So that's what becomes a problem when you focus too much on that perfect pronunciation. And even Jenkins says that nobody can achieve that perfect pronunciation if you are a non-native speaker of English, because we all have our first and second languages that will influence our English pronunciation. Yeah. So, that's the reality. The situation across the world is that English is spoken in many different accents. So now, like I said earlier, English is not just the sole possession of those born in the English-speaking countries, but now it belongs to everyone who are willing to learn and speak it. Yeah. So every learner in our classroom, they have their own social, cultural, and historical background. Yeah. So we must be aware of these differences when we teach English. And now I also teach students we have students from Somalia, from Ghana as part of our international programs. I also have students coming from Jakarta, Riau, Makassar. USK has been quite, we have more students from different places now, from different regions, yeah, after we receive that Unggul accreditasi, yeah, a few years back. So now, when I teach phonology. So I have to be careful, when I say your pronunciation is wrong, your pronunciation is correct, is incorrect. Yeah. So like Jenkins says, it is unrealistic to keep forcing them to speak like either the British or the American English. And besides that, it is downgrading the student's social and cultural identity and entity as Indonesians. Yeah. It's like whenever we listen to foreigners speaking, let's say Bahasa Indonesia, when they can speak Bahasa Indonesia, no matter how terrible their pronunciation is, you all clap your hands, right? Ih, bagus sekali Bahasa Indonesianya. Even though they say, ini berapa, saya tidak tahu, but you keep clapping your hands. Oh, they're doing really well in trying to, learn the Indonesian language. Now, why are we not doing that to our students? Yeah. Why do we always have to say that the pronunciation is wrong just because we hear, some local accent in their English language? So this is what is the meaning of downgrading our own social and cultural identity. Yeah. So we perceive the native speakers' different pronunciation as acceptable variations. In the meantime, we perceive our own pronunciation as something, really bad and downgrading. Yeah. So this is actually we are undervaluing our many years of effort to communicate in fluent English. Yeah. Like myself, I practice a lot, to have intelligible pronunciation. At least when people listen to me, they understand what I say. Yeah. So many teachers, I believe, it takes them years of practice. And then many of us still downgrade that effort. Yeah. Okay, so we go back to pronunciation. So this goes back to teaching pronunciation in class because, many students, I see that when they try to practice their English in class, it is not their grammar that is problematic. It is not their word choice that is problematic. It is always when teachers say, you are saying it wrong. The pronunciation is wrong. And then you keep asking the students to repeat and repeat and repeat over and over again. And then finally, the students give up, in learning English. Yeah. So even though some studies say that pronunciation can be a measure of the success in teaching and learning a language, but we go back to Jenkins' view, it is not possible for us to achieve that native-like pronunciation, especially in Indonesia, when you are taught English, when you are already in grade 7, 13 years old and above. We go back to Krashen's critical period hypothesis. Yeah, I'm sure you have learned that in your applied linguistic classes. Yeah. So even though pronunciation plays a key role in intelligibility between the non-native and native speakers of English, but the goal is not to sound like a native speaker, but to communicate effectively. Yeah, so as long as you can understand what your students are saying, as long as the students understand what you are saying, that's enough, based on this theory. So it is good that we still preserve our variety of English because it is part of our culture and identity when teaching English to our learners. So native proficiency is unrealistic standard for most non-native speakers. Now, I'm not saying that it is not possible to achieve good pronunciation, but there are some people who, really struggle with pronunciation. Some students, they can really achieve that native-like pronunciation because, first of all, I found out from their parents that, their children like to watch English cartoons since they were young. Like my children. They like to watch Steven Universe, the world of the amazing gumballs. And sometimes, listening to those English cartoons since they were young, it helps their pronunciation. Yeah. Okay, so that's a little bit about pronunciation, and then now here, Jenkins says that teachers should focus more on aspects of pronunciation. Yeah. When it comes to understanding, intelligibility, rather than having that perfect pronunciation when teaching their students. Here are some examples. If your language, like the Japanese, they have difficulty in differentiating R and L sounds. So focus on that. In German speakers, they have difficulty in differentiating V and W sounds. So focus on that. Spanish speakers, B and V. Chinese would be the T sound, because our T is really thick. So sometimes I like to focus and compare, try to pronounce it in the Arabic language because many Chinese, a majority are Muslim and we read the Quran. Sometimes, I go back to the Arabic what do we say, alphabet. Yeah, try to say this in Arabic, and then they can say it because they learn Arabic since they are babies, right? So and then okay, try to say that in English, and then they could do it. Yeah. So so that's try to focus on that. Yeah, things that are really problematic. That where people, when they listen to the words, they wouldn't understand. Yeah. And then Malaysian, Indonesian speakers, sometimes we also have problems with long and short vowels, like snack and snake. Please give me some snake, for example. That's not possible. Who wants to eat a snake, right? Okay, let's focus on snack and snake. A and A. Yeah, A and A. Sit versus seat. So focus on those certain sounds rather than always correcting the students in class on all of their pronunciation. However, despite talking about identity, talking about culture, and so on, but we have to face the reality also. Yeah. What is the reality? Many students, when you graduate, you need to pass the TOEFL test. You need to pass the IELTS to go to study abroad. At USK, you have to have 470 something of TOEFL score to receive that certificate for your degree. Yeah, UDCUM. Even to register for the UDCUM, you need to have that certain TOEFL score. Now, the problem here is the listening test. Yeah, it is always presented in either American or British English, and this is where teachers panic. Yeah, am I doing the right thing? Am I teaching the right pronunciation, and so on and so on? Yeah. So at the end of the day, teachers struggle again to improve their English so that it becomes standard in terms of pronunciation. Yeah. So if this happens, because of these requirements, we go back again to what is most essential when teaching pronunciation. What is the most problematic sound that your students have? So that is what you should focus. Yeah. I think in terms of listening, it's fine because like in TOEFL test, they don't require you to speak. You have the structure, reading, and listening test, right? Listening test, but they don't require you to speak. And this is different from IELTS. But even IELTS, I have many students who have their own in brackets, their own pronunciation with tints of accent from their first language, and they still are able to go abroad, study abroad. Yeah. So the focus should be on intelligibility. Yeah. So this is the problems between theory and practice. We talk about the theory and then we talk about the practice. Yeah. So so we must adopt and adapt English to express our identity and culture. So the goal is to communicate effectively, but you don't necessarily need to sound like a native speaker because accent is your identity. I teach linguistics and I always talk about language and identity. Yeah. It's like language, talking about language maintenance. Once you lose your mother tongue, I say, you will lose part of your identity. Yeah. So work on being well-spoken and articulate instead. Yeah. No need to rush your students to have that good pronunciation or perfect pronunciation, but work on them being well-spoken and articulate, meaning speaking not in a rush. Yeah. Yeah. Being able to pronounce every syllable, well, not, I wouldn't say perfectly, but maybe when people hear, they understand them. Yeah, when people hear your students speak, they will understand. So here, but there are some requirements, for learners due to some policy, where teachers should teach students using either American or British because of the TOEFL or national examination. Okay, this is fine. When we talk about American and British, maybe much is related to spelling. Yeah, if you use the American textbooks, you will have color spelled COLOR. The British English textbooks will be COLOUR. That's fine. But it is also our responsibility to make them aware that these two accents are not the only accents used to speak English out there today. Yeah, you have to build confidence in your students. that even though they speak English with their native accent, as long as they are intelligible, that means it's good. Yeah, so they should be informed and exposed to all of these non-native accents of English, so they can understand. Yeah, that they but it is good for them to speak English with their own accent as long as people can understand them. Now let's go to acoustic phonetics. Where does it stand in all of this of the lecture for the past 10 to 15 minutes? Now my focus is acoustic phonetics. As I've mentioned before, focus on the sounds that are most problematic to your students. Yeah. Now sometimes sounds, you can study them by measuring the sounds. Yeah. So in acoustic phonetics, we study the sound. It is how the sound of language is produced by the speech organs, yeah, in the form of sound waves through the air to the listener's ear. Yeah. So such an approach is related to physics and electronic tools to do the research. So in my research, I usually use the software PRAT, P-R-A-A-T, to record students' English, yeah, and see which vowels, which consonants are very much different from the English language, and that is where we should focus. Yeah, because sometimes what we hear is different from what we perceive. Yeah. So many research on the English vowels have been done by many researchers. There is Spanish English, there are Swiss English, Serbian English, and so on and so on. You can read on the screen the many research that have been done by many researchers. Indonesian English has also been done by Wahyuni and Widaksa, Fata et al. And I'm also working on the Indonesian English at the moment and trying to compare with the native speaker to see, where it stands, the difference, and which part is most problematic, so that I would know when I teach pronunciation or phonology, what sound to focus more when teaching my students. So this is an example, yeah, of this software. You would first need to have a list of words with the target vowel that is going to be investigated. Here are the English vowels. Yeah, they are extracted from the word heed for long E, head for short E, and then for head, for had for a, and so on. Yeah, and this is what the screen looks like when you record the sounds, yeah, when the students produce them. And here's an example of my students doing analysis. Yeah, the analysis is something like this. Yeah, when my students say hard again, so we focus on the word ah. Yeah. After we retrieve the measurements, we put in Excel like this. Yeah, we measure the F1, the F2 of the vowel. Yeah, and this is actually comparing male and female. Yeah, English, Indonesian English. And then after that, we do t-tests. This is done online. So don't worry if you're not good in statistics. I am terrible in statistics. Yeah, I'm not good at all in math, but there are many websites that can help us do t-tests. And one of them is Vassar Stats. This is where we do all of our statistical analysis. And then once you get the numbers, and then you will have plots like this. Yeah, the Indonesian English female monophthongs and the Indonesian English male monophthongs. Now this one we focus on monophthongs. Right now we are also working on diphthongs, and we are trying to get recordings from native speakers. We have two native speakers from the US at the moment teaching at our university for speaking classes. So we are recording them to see, here, like for the Indonesian female, for example, they cannot differentiate the long E and the short E. So you see that on the screen, the production is very close together. Meanwhile, the male, they have a better ability of differentiating the long and the short E. Yeah. So focus on that. Yeah. Focus on that. And then another example is long U and the short U. Yeah, many are also unable to differentiate the two sounds. Yeah, because they are in the plot, you can see that they are produced very close together. And then the other one is the and a, head and had. Yeah, I have a headache. I hear this very often. I have a headache. It's actually, I have a headache. So focus on that, yeah, rather than always correcting your students for everything that they say. So this is an example of how acoustic phonetics can help in teaching a pronunciation, but it doesn't mean that we want them to have that native-like pronunciation, but at least their pronunciation is intelligible, yeah? So it is very important to understand the differences between the sound systems of the languages that we study, yeah, to anticipate possible problematic areas for learners in the language classroom. Now, research using acoustic phonetics approach is very helpful because the data are more accurate. You measure the sounds, yeah, rather than listening. I will give you an example why sometimes auditory phonetic is not, what do we say, very accurate. Yeah, I'm going to make a sound. I'm going to hit something. Can you all listen?
Maybe one more time, Prof.
One more time. Okay. Can you all listen?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
okay. Miss Badria, how would you pronounce that sound? How would you make out that sound? I'm going to hit the table one more time. What would you say? You know, if you hear that sound, how would you produce it? This one. You know, let's say me, I would say do. You know, do.
yeah,
Yeah.
I will just
Yeah.
say.
Yeah,
I
do.
see.
And then, you know, I always do this in class. And then some students would
Oh.
say, do. Even there is one student that say, dung, you know, the sound of the table. So do, dung. So you see, that's perception. You are all listening to the same thing actually, but you perceive the sounds very differently. Yeah, so that's why, you know, sometimes auditory analysis, you can't reach that accuracy. So now when we talk about intelligibility in terms of sounds, we do perception tests. Yeah. So we have this article being submitted to our journal SEAL, yeah, last week from Vietnam. So he was trying to understand, yeah, the degree of intelligibility of the Vietnamese English. So they have the students saying, you know, a few sentences, and then they have what do they say? The evaluator, yeah. Speakers from Thai, speakers from Philippines, speakers from the, I think US, I forgot. And then they have this evaluator to listen and provide the score for intelligibility. So if the Vietnamese English students, you know, read the sentence, they would grade whether they understand the sentence or not, you know, whether they can pick up the words that the students say or not, you know, intelligibility. So that is a perception test because sometimes what you hear and what you perceive is different. Yeah, so that's why acoustic phonetics can help researchers, you know, understanding or obtaining data more accurately compared to auditory analysis. So, so for prospective English teachers, I'm sure many of you here are already teachers, lecturers, and going to be future potential teachers and lecturers. It is important that, you know, your pronunciation, don't strive for that native-like pronunciation, but strive for intelligibility. Yeah, it is okay that your pronunciation have your F1, L1 accent. That's your identity. You know, you have to show, you know, sometimes it is even good. Sometimes, you know, we should be proud that we can speak another language, yeah, with our, you know, with a taste of our pronunciation. Yeah, it identifies who you are. Yeah. But this intelligibility is very important because your students will imitate you and you will become the role model. And then, you know, when talking about acoustic phonetics, we can further investigate on the Indonesian English variety. I have much focused on pronunciation. Many others can focus on grammar, lexicon, you know, of the Indonesian English variety. I read a lot about the Malaysian English variety, Manglish, yeah. And it's very interesting how, Malaysian English, they speak English with their own accent and they are very proud of it. Yeah, I mean, they are not trying to achieve that, British or Americanish accent, but they speak with the Malay accent. Yeah, you hear them in conferences, yeah, in symposiums, speaking English very partially, but with their own Malaysian accent. So, because language and identity are very closely related. Yeah, the relationship is very powerful. It is shaped by our religion, by our history, by our culture, and of course, language impacts your thoughts, right? They impacts your personal identity. Bahkan, even there are people who sometimes ask me, Yuyun, I am called Yuyun. You speak Achinese, Bahasa Indonesia, and English. But can you talk about this topic in Achinese? I said, oh no, I'm more comfortable talking about that topic in Indonesian. Yeah. And then, sometimes, what about this one? Oh, this one, I think more comfortable in English. Yeah. So there are, it impacts the way you think. Yeah. The languages that you speak. And then, of course, when you have certain accent to your language, it is actually your identity marker, yeah, through sound production. So teachers and learners, remember that language is dynamic. Whether we like it or not, it will always change. The English that we teach today, it will be different in the next 50 years. Yeah. So it will always change. Like before my lectures, they focus really hard on pronunciation. They keep on banging the table if we say I think as think. No, repeat, Yuyun. Not think, but think. That was how we were taught 20 years ago. Yeah. And now you have the language is changing. The way we teach is changing. It will always change because language is dynamic. So as teachers, as students, as researchers, we have to be prepared and we have to be active. Yeah, social science is different than science. Social science is always changing. And the internet, we're talking about technology 5.0, right? That will impact languages tremendously. Yeah, it will always change the language that we speak because of the influence from the internet that is very easy to access nowadays. So thank you very much for allowing me to share some of my research and thoughts and readings with you on pronunciation and acoustic phonetics. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Prof. Yunisrina, for the insightful presentations. Maybe everyone, you can give us the reaction of clap, since we cannot clap directly. Okay, so now I think that we will open the floor for question from the audience. So the audience, you are feel free to click on the button of raise hand, and I will call your name first, and then you're allowed to unmute yourself. And then please say your name, maybe also your affiliation. Where are you from? We can know each other. Or you just can type the questions on the chat box. Okay, so here I see, wait a minute. Okay, I see Ibu Noni raise hand. Am I right? Okay. Oh, well, maybe from me myself, Prof.
Okay, no
Well,
problem.
since well, it's actually my own experience since I'm actually from Sumatra, and
Oh, okay.
I'm now going to Java I'm going to Malang State University, and I talk most of the time with my friends, right? At first, when I heard their accents of Java, and the way I always talk in English with my Sumatra friends is actually totally different. At first, I feel so like afraid to talk because I'm afraid that I pronounce it wrong and they pronounce it better than me. That's at first, I think. But when I heard to your presentations, I just realized that it's actually a kind of unique of me as a Sumatra with
Yes,
my
of
kinds
course.
of R,
Yeah.
R-nya, bederotnya orang
Yes,
Palembang gitu ya.
yes.
So, but that's me as a teacher. So how I try to convince my students to actually feel the same way, because sometimes even as a teacher, I also say, no, that's wrong. You should not say that R. That R should be that right, not that R of Palembang. I say should be R. So do you have any experience telling the same thing with your students also?
Oh, okay. Thank you, Miss Badria, for the question. Well, actually, I always start my class with language and varieties before I teach pronunciation, before I teach phonology. So it gives them a view, that uh, in this class, of course, we are going to focus on sounds. We are trying, to make that uh, good and understandable English sounds as teachers. But there are limits. Yeah, there are limitations. For example, some of your sounds it will be influenced by your F1. So that's okay as long as it is intelligible. Now, I would correct them if they would say something that can be misunderstood for other listeners. For example, snack and snake, for example. Yeah, right? And then sometimes we ask the class to start a dialogue, and then during the dialogue, when they are done, can you repeat your question to your friend when you ask about something to eat? And, oh, I would like some snake to eat before lunch. Now, snake, are you sure it is snake? Do you mean snake ular, or do you mean snack cemilan? Oh, cemilan, miss. Okay, so let's work on that. Yeah. So those kinds of mispronounced words that bears different meaning is what we focus on. Yeah. So if they say many my students, you say their tea very thick. Yeah. I think yesterday I did very well in the test because I think it was totally important. If they speak that way, it's fine with me. Now I understand their tea, but if they pronounce something that has a different meaning and they can be misinterpreted by other listeners later on, that is what we focus on. So I don't really fix, by saying that, this is how you should say the T. Even though, yes, we do practice at first, but, after a while, they are still struggling with making that T, that as the, it's fine. I don't really bother them anymore. Because if I bother them too much, at the end of the day, they don't come to my class anymore. Now, Miss Yun is always correcting, something that is not very important. Now, I'm so bored of this, and then nobody will come to my class anymore. Yeah. So that is what I mean. I know that, some people will say, they will argue with me. When you teach a foreign language, of course, you need to have that maximum, achievement in terms of pronunciation, all in all. But is that really possible? Is that really possible? We also have to look at who we are and where we came from. And English is not our first language. It is not even our second language. It is a foreign language to us. Yeah. So if you want to make it, we have that native like pronunciation and everything, that means we need to have teachers teaching English from the US. You need to have, teachers teaching us from the UK. And you need to start English from the kindergarten, not 7th grade. You need to change the curriculum if you want that objective. Everyone must have that native like pronunciation. Yeah. So you need to change all of that. Yeah. And that's from what I understand, if you want that goal, that means there are change. You need to make changes. Yeah, you need to make changes.
Okay.
So that's my take, Miss Badria. Thank you.
So I don't need to bother that R sounds
No,
anymore.
it's
I think.
fine. I love listening to, people's different accents. So sometimes when people invite me, people from Makassar have invited me
Oh,
before. Yeah, from Riau have invited me before. It's just, I really enjoyed listening to their English. Yeah, listening to the different accent, different sounds. Let's not talk about the world. Let's just talk about Indonesia. You have hundreds of English varieties here. Yeah, and that's not talking about the varieties outside of Indonesia, and that's very rich. I think that's very good for us as a non-native speaker to be able to speak a native language, that is a foreign language to us. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for the insightful for me, especially Prof. Well, we now have someone raise hand. So we have Ibu Deni Yatri. So you can unmute yourself and ask the question.
Yes, I'm here. Firstly, thank you so much, Prof. Yuni, for your talk here. I have a questions. How can acoustic phonetic be incorporated into the curriculum for teaching English as a foreign language, and what are the potential challenges in doing so, and how the English teacher effectively balance the teaching of acoustic phonetic with other language skills such as vocabulary, grammar, fluency within a limited classroom time frame.
Yes, thank you very much. Is that all, Miss Denny?
Oh no, I think
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was a bit too excited to answer, so I didn't ask whether you were done or not. Okay, thank you very much, Miss Denny. Yes, of course, when we teach acoustic phonetics, the teachers or lecturers, you need to know first how to do acoustic phonetics. Yeah, so you need to be trained first in using the software, in understanding how to measure, in understanding how to analyze and read the results. Yeah. Now, in USK, in our English department, we have, of course, like Miss Denny said, the time frame for teaching one subject is not much. Maybe only like phonetics and phonology is 3 SKS per semester. That means I only teach not even full 3 hours every week, right, for acoustic phonetics. And besides teaching, and it takes about maybe more than 6 meetings for them to be able to understand how to use, how to do acoustic phonetics if they want to implement or do this topic for their research later on, right? So of course it takes time, but we can start at the university that are teaching potential future English teachers. Yeah, introduce to them acoustic phonetics, what it is, introduce the software, show them how to collect data, analyze data using the software, and how to read the data. And maybe later on, when they come to teaching in class and for example, I'm an Achinese, and then one day I am thrown to the area of Papua to teach English. Of course, the pronunciation there will be very, very different from, my language. And of course, this will impact the way they produce their English. I also hear the differences from my Papua students, from Somali, from Sierra Leone. We have a student from that. And, they all have different English accent. Now, if you think that you really need to understand, their problematic sounds, yeah, from their language, and then you can implement and use that acoustic phonetics to do so, yeah. But of course, to teach this in class for students at the university, it takes time. Yeah, you need to put that in your curriculum, and of course, you need someone who understands how to use it, because not all lecturers understand how to use acoustic phonetics. Yeah, not everyone know how to use the software. So I think this depends on the RPS, yeah, of the department. In phonetics and phonology, in my class, we have the second round because we have 16 meetings altogether. The first 8 meetings is all theory. The next 8 meetings is practice. And during this practice, we study about acoustic phonetics. So if you can incorporate that in your FAS and you have lecturers who can teach acoustic phonetics, that would be good.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Prof. Yun, for the answer, and also Ibu Deni. And we have another one, maybe also the last question, everyone. We are so sorry, a very limitation of the time, but this question is very special, Prof, from our head of department, raise hand, Pak Zoharyadi. So, Pak Zoharyadi, time is yours.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you, Bu Prof. I have a question, and this question is based on my real experiences when I got opportunity to stay in United States. So in the first week, I was checked by my professor about my English, and then using a laptop, a computer at that time, and then I was assigned to read 2 sentences or 4 sentences, I forgot. And then after that, they asked me to pronounce words by words. And then I was also connected. There was a cable connected to my neck. And then when I said the words one by one, and then my professor told me, Harry, your English is very much British. Yeah, because you have a problem with like, because in United States, we have American English, we have better, not better. I tended to say better rather than better. In American English, we say butter, say butter many times. And my professor told me, your English is not American. You need to change. Yeah, that my professor told. So my question is that, Ibu, what should we prepare as a teachers for our students? Because we don't know whether someday our students are sent to United States, study for some time, and we don't know how whether our students are going to be sent to England, to Australian. So as a teachers, what should we prepare for anticipating that kinds of experience? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for the question, Pak Soharyadi. May I know what year that time you were in the US?
2008.
2008. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think perhaps that time your lecturer did not read works by Jenkins and by Crystal about varieties of English. Because, whenever I hear lectures, in this topic, they always stress that English now does not belong to only to the Americans and the British.
Yes.
It belongs to the world. So actually, you have to be prepared for this change. You are the one who claimed English is a global language. Yeah, because it is them who claim that English as a global language. Yeah, I'm very sorry if in the panel there are speakers from the US or UK, but when you make that, what do we say, that claim that English is a global language, you actually have to be ready, listening and accepting to your English being spoken differently, yeah, being used in, many varieties, because it's the same thing like when you learn, let's say they learn our language, right? Of course they will speak our language with their accent, and and that's something that we cannot say, oh, that's not good. We cannot say that's wrong, because we know that they are not from our country. They did not speak Bahasa Indonesia since birth. They learn, past their teenage years. Yeah. So me personally, actually, if you are an English teacher, an English lecturer, that's why I always like to share about this topic, is we all must be aware, yeah, that even the speakers of the inner circle, yeah, that their English is now being owned by the world, not by them anymore. And, once you make that claim, English is a global language, that means you have to be prepared, accepting English and all of the varieties that are being used by speakers around the world. Yeah, so that's my take on that. Yeah. So that's it. This is also part of cross-cultural understanding. In our department, we have a class of cross-cultural understanding. Yeah. Of course, we teach about how it is to use language in different cultures, how we should behave. Let's say if students are being accepted to go to study in the US, in the UK, but this also must be informed. Yeah. Now, if we find lectures like that, of course, once you are there, you cannot complain, right? I'm sure Pak Suharyadi, when he was there, when his lecturer said, you must change, Suharyadi, yes, sir, right? Right away.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
the name of the course was ESL course too.
Mhm.
So I was put in the what is it, in the language lab, and
Yes.
then my lecturer told me, I think your English is much on British, yeah. And
British,
then
yeah.
American is very concerned with their own pronunciation. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So I don't know if I mean I've been to the States before, and my father did his master's and PhD in the States, and Alhamdulillah, that time nobody complained about his accent. My mother has never spoken English, she was hit right away with English when we were in the US, and nobody complained about her English. We were, yeah, Alhamdulillah, we were fine back then. But maybe yes, to some lectures when they request you to speak their accent, that means, of course, you must make that effort to change because you are already there. But as long as you know English, making the change won't be that hard. Yeah. I mean, all of our life, we are learning a foreign language. We have, we managed to learn and speak that language. And then when we get to that country, they ask us to change it a bit. So I think we are already tough in that section, in that area, we are already tough learners. So I'm sure you can make that, what do we say, adjustment, yeah, right away. But yeah, I mean, me personally, if the native speakers make a claim, English is a global language, then be ready. It becomes global. What does global means? You have speakers of all varieties. Yeah. So be prepared with that variety also. And then if you don't want it to change, then don't make English as a global language. Because like I mentioned before, language is dynamic. It will always change. Even the English that we speak today is very different from the English spoken 100 years ago. And it will be different in the English we will speak in the next 100 years. And nothing stays the same when it comes to language. Let's talk about Bahasa Indonesia. When I was younger, we use a lot of the word ajo to say for something that is not keren. Ajo kali ke tu. My children don't even know what is ajo. Today is like lebay. Bahkan there is mantap jiwa. The vocabulary changes. I don't even know what they're speaking now. And then I told them when I was younger to say something like that, we use the word ajo. I said, what is ajo? I've never heard of that. No, it disappears in just one generation, one word. So imagine what will happen in the next, 100 years. Yeah. Language, it will always change. Yeah. So this is something that every native speaker themselves must be prepared when they say that English is a global language. Yeah. Now, for our students, of course, what do we need to teach them? Help them prepare before they go abroad. I would mostly focus on culture, first of all, because, for example, like entering somebody's house in the US, you wouldn't need to take off your shoes. You can just enter the house without taking off your shoes, right? And then when using certain lexicon like I remember my father, we were once invited to this Halloween party and we were very full. The host wanted to give us some more food. And then my father said, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so fed up. He meant that he is full. I know he meant to say, thank you, but we are full already. But, he used the direct translation. Oh, no, 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 thank you. I am fed up. And then yeah, his lecturer told him, oh, Kismula. My father's name is Kismula. He is retired now. He said, that's not how you use, the term for saying that I am full. Fed up means, you cannot take it anymore. You want to leave. When you are angry, when you want to punch someone. But, oh, really? Yeah, say, thank you. I'm already full. Yeah, so teach something like that. Yeah, things that are related to culture, things that will not get them into trouble when they are there. Yeah. But to teach them the perfect pronunciation, I don't think that's possible. But to show them it is okay. have them listen to this is what the British English sounds. This is what the American English sounds, so that you get used to it when you arrive at that country, for example. I think that will be okay. But that's my take, Pak Suharyadi, of what, how I see this trend of varieties of English.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Bu Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Yunis, Rina, and also Pak Suharyadi for the questions. And also, we are so sorry for some of the participants, Ibu Octavia, and then Ibu Deni, and then Ibu Neneng, Ibu Khairia. We cannot answer your question for now because of the limitation of the time. Or maybe next week we can meet Prof. Yun in
Yes.
Taflin.
Oh,
You
yes,
can share the
yes. Come to
question.
Aceh. I will see you directly in Aceh and we can
So,
talk. I think I'll be discussing about the same thing at
yeah.
Taflin.
So for the one who cannot talk right now or give the question, you can meet Prof. Yunis Rina in Aceh next week. Yeah, everyone.
Inshallah.
Okay. Well, Prof, before I close this session, allow me to share the highlight message from you from your presentation today about acoustic phonetics in English language teaching. What we got is that the most important one is that our learner, even us, is an individual with his or her or our own social, cultural, and historical characters. So it is quite unrealistic to keep forcing them or even ourselves to speak like a native speaker. As long as we understand each other, it is enough. But of course, as what the teacher need to be noted is that the teacher should focus more on aspect of pronunciation, which aid the understanding when teaching, since it is as the requirements, because our learners also need to pass the standard English. So, but what is important is that, especially for the prospective English teachers, is that our pronunciation should be intelligible, because we will be a model for students who will imitate the way we speak and how we pronounce the words. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen, and also the distinguished guests and esteemed participant, it's now to express our appreciation to our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Yunis Rina Kismullah Yusuf, for her exceptional contribution to our conference today. So, as a token of our gratitude, Prof, we will now virtually present a certificate of recognition for you. So we would like to just show the certificate, and later on, maybe our committee will bring it to Aceh next week. Okay, so
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
thank you very much. Once again, thank you very much, Prof. Yunis Rina. We hope you can see the certificate on the screen. So
Yes.
this certificate only serve as a symbol of our appreciation for your invaluable insight and contribution for today. Now,
Thank you.
maybe,
Thank you so
okay,
much.
thank you once again, Prof. Okay, Prof, maybe we also would like to take a picture together with you, with all the participants first. So everyone, please, can you just turn on your camera first? So the committee will take some of our picture virtually. Okay, the committee, ready? Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more time. 1, 2, and 3. Okay, thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, please join me in another round of applause. Please show me the... Okay, thank you very much for the clap. So, as we conclude this session, we would like to say once again the gratitude to Professor Dr. Yunis Rina Kismullah Yusuf, Master of Linguistics, for sharing her expertise with us today. Your insights have been invaluable for us. Thank you for also the active participation from all the participants. Now we look forward to more engaging session throughout the conference. So I think that I would like to hand over the third session with Bapak Supiani MPD as the moderator for our third esteemed keynote speaker, Mr. Apisak Suking, PhD from Mahasarakam University, Thailand. Hello, Pak Supi.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, for the time is for the Apisak Suksik PhD. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Supiani, moderator of Apisak's presentation. And today I would like to introduce the presenters from Apisak Suksik PhD, Mahasarakam University, Thailand. Okay. Okay. The background of the presenter, Apisak Suking, PhD, Assistant Professor of TESOL English Language Teaching Program, Department of Western Languages and Linguistics, the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Mahasaragam University, Thailand. In 2000, Bachelor of Art in English from Mahasaragam University, Thailand, and for the master degree in English education from Mahasaragam University, 2010, and in the PhD program in education from University of Sydney, Australia, 2017. Okay, let me invite Pak Apisak. Hello, Apisak. Are you
Hello,
ready?
yes.
Yeah,
Morning
thank
all.
you. Good morning. Yeah, time is yours, Pak Apisak.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. A nice introduction of me. It's a great honor for me to be given, an opportunity to share my knowledge to all of you here and at this conference. So let me share my screen. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you very much. Okay, so my topic today is like second language acquisition and English language teaching theory, research, and pedagogy in the society of 5.0 era. So, and I do hope, I would share some of my experience in teaching essay in the classroom to research student, master student, and also PhD student here in my context in Thailand. So your opinion, comments, and feedback are very welcome at the end of my talk today. So let me start by showing you the link, okay, or relationship between these three main concepts: SLA theory, research, and pedagogy. So the relationship between SLA theory, research, and English language teaching is not always clear, and it's sometimes kind of like controversial. So in my talk today, I will focus on the relationship between these overlap of the T domains, yes, different domains, beginning with the connection between SLA theory and ELT, and then I would like to moving on to reflect on how SLA theory can inform us or the goals of classroom instruction, as well to provide theoretical and empirical support for teaching grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation, and pragmatics. Therefore, so my talk today aim to bridge the gap between research and practice in English language teaching, particularly in an EFL context. So I'm also glad to hear some of the previous our speaker talking about things relevant to also my talk today as well. So so that may bring everyone to join similar or to share similar idea about these three domains in our classroom practice as an English language teachers. So so I wish next I would like to talk about influence or the historical things about SLA theory in ELT pedagogy. So back then, in the year 1950s or 1960s, somewhere around that time. So behaviorism was the theoretical support for audiolingual teaching approach. which is focused on drills, practice or habit formation. As you know, back then in 1990s, something very famous when it's come to, when we go to, laboratory or sound lab room, listen to the cassette tape and, practice according to the conversation or dialogue we hear in the sound lab room, when we come to learn English. So then, it later in 1980s, so natural approach and monitor models proposed by Cutchins also apply to second language acquisition. And then those, the five hypotheses proposed by, Cutchin 1982 were evident in English language teaching classroom to the communicative language teaching, or CLTS, we often hear about it. So we moved away from the rote language practice and expressive language instruction. So at that time, right, we often see like expressive teaching. So we teach student, or in terms of vocabulary, for example, we usually use L1 translation. We have a long list of vocabulary, and then we learn, our meaning by using our own language. So later on in at that time, we also have two versions of CLT, strong and weak version. So actually, Cutchin at that time recommend that teachers provide an input-rich environment for their student in the classroom. So more recently, in 1991, the influence of focus on form by Long also, comes into the area of second language teaching, English in particular. So later on in 1996, as can be seen in the movement from the include attention to both communication and linguistic structure in the classroom, that about task-based English language teaching, or TBLT, as we can see, also now influence in the way we learn and teach English in EFL classroom. So, however, from what I just mentioned, so not all aspects of second language acquisition theory truly relate to our classroom practice. So some scholars actually say that, some theory that we learned in second language acquisition may not be really useful in our classroom practice. I will give you an example like here, like UG or universal grammar. Of course, processability theory, usage-based learning approach. These theory usually, have limited the significance or importance to L2 classroom. So the theories are primary concern with the relationship between the learning cognitive system, which is about student brain or the learner brain. So that's involved the way the input we received, and then how the information or knowledge is processed in teaching, and also restructured in our student brain. So from that perspective, so in natives or those who believe in cognitive system believe that the teachers and learners can do very little in order to change how our brain or the system, cognitive system function. And from this regard, some questions have arisen about whether how individual learner or student learn or acquire L2 with a limited impact on our classroom. Also, some questions about other second language researchers are interested in the role of innate linguistic knowledge in the acquisition of L2. And there is very little that teacher can do to influence any such innate knowledge. So at that time, there's a lot of questions about whether SLS theory usually or actually influenced or significant to our classroom practice. So actually a large number of studies are concerned with what happened in the classroom. So back then, Lawrence and Sato, defined the concept of, teaching English in the classroom as instructed second language acquisition, or ISLA, to the field of research that directly investigate or look at what actually happened in the L2 classroom. But in my talk today, I will use the term second language acquisition and English language teaching in the classroom. This to in order to consider the mechanism of learning, the conditions under which they occur, enable or facilitate the acquisition and development of a second language. So here, because like in our classroom, like the conditions are really important when it's come to facilitate our student to learn a language. So learning conditions occur within the walls of L2 classroom and outside the traditional classroom. Here, within the wall, what actually happened in the classroom. But learning is not just inside the classroom, right? But also outside the classroom. So we also are outside the classroom that would involve the technology in today's world that would link to computer-assisted learning or mobile-assisted learning, including self-study or study abroad. So students, travel in the country of English speaking, and then they practice their English there, or we come up with different variety of programs in order to promote our student or facilitate student learning the target language. So research and pedagogy linked. So an underlying assumption of SLA, the teacher is that there is a relationship between the interest of second language acquisition researcher and ELT practitioners. This research pedagogy linked has received considerable attention in today's world, with individuals saying that or asserting that different approach ranging from close cooperation to benign neglect or to even outright hostility. So I give you an example of scholar in this area, like parents embrace the idea that communication between researcher and teachers is very, very important. That teacher practice in the classroom should be even-based. So however, both highlight or propose the term evidence-based informed practice as opposed to evidence-based practice, in order to highlight that research often does not, and indeed at times cannot, have a direct effect on teaching in a specific context at a given time. So you can see from this example, for two examples here, it seems to many scholars or practitioners that sometimes or at times research does not have direct influence in classroom practice. So so in addition to this, some scholars also acknowledge that teachers are very busy. So we just teaching a lot of lesson or class that we need to be responsible for. So become like a busy. Teachers say, okay, I'm busy. So that research, something about research, it's too difficult or often viewed as difficult for teachers to access, or even we have the time, but we are likely to say no to do kind of research in, okay. So, but from this, parent and books also suggest that teacher training program should provide pre-service and in-service teacher with the formation about theory and research that can inform their practice in English language teaching. So from that, like suggestion, okay. So some scholars then believe that theory and research are not relevant or not really connect for teacher, saying that teaching should not inform by research. So that's an example of the two scholars that conduct research and point out that and arguing that the link between teaching and research, and argue that I give you like Mari 2016 argue that why each research activity may be authentic in its own right, researchers have very little to offer to teacher that is of practical value or benefit in their classroom. So from this, Major 2017 also argued that teachers do not need theories. What I'm saying here is SLA theory and complicated words or vocabulary to do such a decent job. So we can see that some scholar in the past against, or say have seen no link or no connection between SLA theory and teaching in the classroom. So, however, based on the meta-analysis or some study provided the evidence about the effectiveness of specific pedagogic intervention. So here come, and also suggest some areas of research where the effect may vary. So these researchers say that research actually benefit teach classroom practice. So these meta-analysis have shown that limited effectiveness for the technique for grammar learning, suggesting that teachers and material writers might want to evaluate their own use of technique. So there actually a benefit, there from the research about grammar learning. So this, but very little, like maybe limited, effectiveness. But then Shintani and her colleagues also found that large effect on both comprehension-based and production-based in teaching on receptive and productive second language knowledge. Another study, actually from my own study and my PhD student, actually also found moderate effect of instruction of derivative on receptive and productive knowledge of vocabulary, grammar, and also, of course, second language. So this study suggests that teachers should reconsider including activities that encourage learner to produce the language. Even more important, such research evidence provides valuable advice for teachers who believe that input alone is sufficient for L2 learning and that output is merely just a byproduct of learning. So from this, we can see that previously, scholar or research show no link between research and teaching in EFL classroom, in the classroom. But, when we looked deeply from the meta-analysis, we found the connection between research and pedagogy in the classroom. So based on this, I, like conceptualize L2 teaching as an attempt which is made by the teacher. You see, I point out here, attempt made by the teacher and instructional materials, because in the classroom, not the teacher, but student also learn language through the textbook and materials as well. So these attempts produced by the teacher in order to guide and facilitate. So I use the concept of to guide and facilitate the process of L2 acquisition. From the word to guide and to facilitate, also point out the role of teacher. So teacher, not just to tell the student to learn things or remember things or knowledge or information in the classroom, but actually the role of the teacher is to guide and to facilitate the process of learning the language. So then, what is the goal actually in teaching the language, and how do we help them to achieve their learning goals? And how can we know which types of teaching or which strategy would be able to help the learner to optimize their learning? So the goal here is like to help students to use English for communicative purpose. We focus on communication. And then also, we teach our student the language in order to help our student to achieve the goal of being able to communicate in English. So here, in today's concept of teaching, we rather focus on communication instead of memorization. So let's see, what types of linguistic knowledge should we teach our students? So here, I like to point out a focus on two types of knowledge, which might be, like familiar with you here. Like we say the explicit knowledge and implicit knowledge. So the types of linguistic knowledge would enable student and learner to communicate spontaneously with ease, okay, with ease. So if we are aware of these types of knowledge, like explicit knowledge and implicit knowledge. So explicit knowledge, it's involved knowledge about the language. Knowledge about the language. What is mean by knowledge about the language? I give you an example of explicit knowledge. Like when we learned about how to make plural, we learn how to make plural by adding s to a noun, and just put it in a noun and then make it plural more than one. Or irregular plurals, like child become children, ox become oxen, mouse become mice. All of these students learn explicit knowledge by memorization. So they try to teach them about this kind of thing, and then they remember all the things until they know that by heart, and then they use it. Also, explicit knowledge involved being able to translate from L1 words into English and vice versa. And we can see then an example of learning vocabulary there. It's like we have a long list of vocabulary and students try to remember. We have some kind of dictation in the classroom. That's the way explicit knowledge is all about. So implicit knowledge refer to knowledge of language. This type of knowledge is L1 speaker have their own L1. They don't have to think about the grammatical or phonological forms used in order to express their thoughts or their ideas about particular thing. I'll give you an example, like in the class, even my friends, that I have a native English speaker friends, okay, they use the language, they just say this one, and some student may ask them in the classroom, like, teacher or professor, why we have to say this, we have to say that, and then it comes to the answer, maybe to surprise to some student, somehow that they say that I don't know how to explain it, but I know this is the way we use English. We say in English, we say in our language. You see, so they know their language, but they just don't know it. It's the way we use English. We learn the language. So that's the distinction between explicit knowledge and implicit knowledge. Another way to explain this is like in the past, teacher usually explain things or teach student the target language directly. So explicit knowledge could be something that direct or implicit or direct knowledge or direct teaching to our student. But implicit knowledge is something, you know, like we just raise awareness and being able to use it in the real situation or things like that. In the past, a lot of teacher, we could say that very difficult to teach implicit knowledge in English language classroom, very difficult. So that come to, you know, what I like to propose today and share to every one of you here. Like, so, and then some questions, you know, like arise to the practitioner. So if these two types of knowledge are very important for language teaching in the classroom, so can learner develop implicit knowledge through instruction or teaching? And if so, how would implicit knowledge be developed in the classroom? So this, you know, like the answer or one common answer to the teachers would be to recreate the condition under which L2 speaker acquire implicit L1 knowledge. An example of teaching methodology that would serve this kind of question is, or response to this question could be about communicative language teaching and task-based language teaching. These are two teaching approaches that are based on this proposal or teaching, you know, strategy. So, and another response or answer for teacher would be to draw on skill acquisition theory. Declarative knowledge can be proceduralized and automated through practice over time. For example, drills or habit formation or learning. That back to the theory. The two things here back to or refer to back to the concept of behaviorism. Okay, behaviorist perspective on second language acquisition. And another question is about how can explicit knowledge increase, because explicit knowledge is about direct teaching, direct learning, things like that. And how can we optimize such knowledge and use explicit knowledge to help develop implicit knowledge for our student?
Sorry, Ajat,
Yeah.
5 minutes more.
Okay.
to
Okay.
15.
Okay, I need to go faster there. Okay. The development of implicit knowledge isn't the primary goal in an EFL classroom, right? Because we have some limitation in terms of the time the student learn in the classroom, just about a few hours, you know, a week. So that happened in many EFL contexts, like in Asia, in Indonesia, in Thailand, in Vietnam, for example. So explicit and implicit knowledge in terms of the theory from point of view of the interaction or perspective, like interaction here, like SRA research has advocated education and combine explicit and implicit instruction during the interaction as one strategy to balance development of the knowledge. So we can hear the concept of interaction that could help a lot. So in terms of learning a language through interaction and opportunity to develop, so that why teacher in the classroom need to provide a lot of opportunity for students to interact with friends and teachers in order to promote their learning. And also the link between the form and meaning. To link between the form can be explicit knowledge. So teachers step in order to explain things directly, and sometimes just sometimes, but not always, and meaning focus on communication. So as long as the communication is understood among interlocutor, that would the teaching and learning would be successful. So let me point out or give you an example of teaching grammar. Explicit and implicit knowledge in terms of teaching grammar. So we have two types of teaching grammar here, like item learning and rule learning. So item learning would be things, like we learn, like individual linguistic, like features directly, like we learn vocabulary word by word. So we, however, rule learning, it's just like we learn something from deductive approach. So we start from something in general. We just know the step. For example, give you an example of we learn how to make a equation, how to make a negative sentence and things like that. That's in general. But in the other way around, item, we learn, for example, we learn how to make plural, we learn how to make a past form. Example, like item by item. Let's moving on to vocabulary. So a lot of questions for teachers or practitioners in the classroom when it comes to teaching vocabulary. So we keep saying, we keep asking that most vocabulary knowledge as we see as explicit. So we learn it directly or explicit item by item, vocabulary item by item. So which word then for teacher should be taught, or what words should be learned in the classroom, or which word should we bring into classroom to help our student learn, or whether words should be learned intentionally or incidentally. So which one should teach them directly or not directly in the classroom? So actually it depends on the purpose of learning. So what vocabulary you need? What is the purpose of using English or learning English? So it depends on the purpose, whether you learn it to have some kind of basic conversation, or you want to achieve everyday conversation. You just want to be able to communicate in your daily routine. That you may need around 2,000 to 3,000 words. And if you want to be able to discuss or attend academic lecture at the university level, so that may need around 6,000 to 7,000 words. For general communication or to understand or being able to read novels, magazine, or maybe just movie. So you may need around 8,000 to 9,000 words without having problem with vocabulary, unknown vocabulary. So here, the concept of teaching vocabulary. So we need to prioritize the word that concept are important in scaffolding or building up our understanding when it comes to comprehension. So here, based on nation, point out the vocabulary that we need to teach would be the first 2,000 to 3,000 word family. But Smith point out that or suggest the first 3,000 words are necessary and need to be taught in the classroom. Other than this, we need to help them or train them to some extent to learn maybe how learning strategy or guessing the meaning from the context. So those beyond 3,000 words are not necessary to be taught directly or explicitly in English language classroom. So in terms of grammar, like we just, like I'm happy to hear from the previous speaker that mentioned about it. In terms of teaching pronunciation here, the priority of teaching grammar or pronunciation in today's world is just to understand English. We don't mind, we don't care about your accent, would be like a native, sound like a native, or your own accent. The main purpose of teaching pronunciation is to pronounce the word clearly and to be understood among the interlocutor. That the goal of, because we come to global English, we don't care about the pronoun. We are all different, right? In terms of, the accent. Even we speak the same language, our accents are different. So pragmatics, in terms of pragmatics, that's very difficult from my point of view and very difficult to teach in our classroom, because pragmatic is also, involved the culture how a language is used in actual situation or actually used. So very important, very difficult for teacher to teach. How can we teach the culture? How can we teach, like the tradition of the native speaker? So most people think that pragmatic knowledge has two parts, like pragma-linguistic knowledge and socio-pragmatic knowledge. So pragma-linguistic knowledge is knowing how different parts of language work in real life. Like, for example, modal in English, like can, may, must, and should, show different levels of obligation. Pragma-linguistic knowledge is something like knowing that must is stronger obligation than should. On the other hand, socio-pragmatic knowledge is knowing what kinds of language to use in different situations. For example, we use the language with friends, like informal one, but we use more polite word to talk to our professor, to your supervisor, for example. That's why teaching pragmatic is difficult in many ways. So first, compared to other learning goals, like grammar or vocabulary, there aren't as many well teaching material or reference for this one. Second, for this, teacher may have much practical knowledge, especially if they are also learning English as a second language. Third, learners' social and cultural identity are connected to pragmatics, so that's why it's very difficult to bring into use when they learn a different language, other language. So overall, explicit teaching has been found to be effective and implicit teaching rather than implicit, just like with other parts of the language. So students can benefit when teachers take more time to explain socio-pragmatic and pragma-linguistic issues to come up with different situations. So step in when it's come to explain the culture and the traditions of the native language.
Sorry,
okay. So the different
sorry,
individual difference, yes.
The time is over. Maybe we can open the question and answer session for the participants.
Okay.
Maybe,
So
yeah.
okay, that's also other factors that also influence when we learn the language. So a lot of things that need to be considered when we bring SRA theory research into our classroom. So learning condition and from social cultural perspective and so on. So that so the link between SRA theory I just mentioned also show benefits to researchers, and also the ELT teacher, researcher also need L2 teacher and learner to conduct research and also bring this research findings into classroom practice. Teachers also are in a better position to connect the effect of SR research, but researchers should provide explicit or clear finding or pedagogical implications for classroom teacher to bring into classroom practice. So that's my focus for today talk. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Abisa. Okay, we have to invite our participants to have the question or suggestion for this presentation. We think that this presentation is very good and insightful for us. And then we invite for the participant to have 2 questions only because we have a limited time to have the question. Okay, please raise your hand or write in the chat box for the questions or question for this session. Okay, Pak Kaldi, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Apisak. Excellent presentation. I am the chief committee, but I'm also the participant of this conference. Okay, my question is about your presentation about what one of the measures about tax-based, right? My current research is about tax-based also. But in this case, I try to integrate technology mediate tax-based in critical reading. My question is, how should we contextualize and design materials using tax-based that integrate with the technology? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the interesting question. Actually, that's a lot of practitioners come up with the question of how we contextualize or we applied like the task and technology into our classroom practice. So in today's world, like a lot of students and teachers can access technology. So that's come to the concept like when we develop or design the task, keep in mind all time. Usually we keep like we give a task need to be comprehensible, need to be need to match with the level of the learner, and then we use this kind of task. You can bring something like very like close, everything close to them, like for example, learn about daily life in your context and put into some kind of like they use the mobile phone or put it there like necessary or important vocabulary for particular theme, and put in like for example, one of my students used usually we learn vocabulary, for example, through word card, but then word card is something might be uninteresting to the student, so they integrate the task, the word into digital, so they put in something very easy to be to be accessible, like they put in the PowerPoint, put in the computer, so they can upload things in the computer, or then student can make use of that whenever they have free time. And another example that I would like to point out is like the Facebook, which is very important, very good platform to learn. So my student put like a lot of vocabulary and the grammar into the Facebook chats. They create some kind of like closed platform for the student to learn, and they can come and learn every time when they are available.
Okay, well, thank you,
Okay.
Pisat. Nice and inspiring. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Nice presentation, Pak Apisak. Okay, let's invite another participants to have the question or comments for this. Okay. Okay, I think time is up. I would like to conclude Pak Apisak for our presentation today. Okay, we conclude for presentation from Pak Apisak. I think we have to divide into theoretical frameworks, empirical research, and practical pedagogy. Theoretical frameworks, it is a model for the process of second language acquisition. It examines the key concepts such as interlanguage, the input hypothesis, and critical period hypothesis, providing a solid theoretical foundation for understanding SLA, second language acquisition. For the empirical research, drawing on the latest research findings, what you have explored for empirical studies, SLA explores the factors influencing language acquisition. It covers topics such as individual differences in language learning, the role of motivation, and the impact of input and interaction. Practical pedagogic. The SLA, second language acquisition, offer practical guidance for ASL and EFL teachers. They can translate theoretical insights into actionable teaching strategies. The classroom, especially the teaching methodologies, classroom techniques aim to enhancing language learning outcomes. That's a conclusion from us. And then I'd like to appreciate for Apisak, Agent Apisak, to give a certificate. And then I'd like to show this certificate, and then thank you so much for your nice presentation, insightful for us to
Very much.
engage this presentation. Thank you very much for presentation, Pak Abisa.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. That is the end of this presentation. We have to continue for the next presentation from Pak Yansha. Time is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Supi. Yeah. And now we are approaching to the final keynote presentations. And then I believe our audience still have a lot of energy to stay with us. Yeah. And then first, I would like to introduce you the keynote speaker, Dr. Idewa Gede Ratdwiana Putra, MPD. Okay. His current affiliation is in Universitas Hindu Negeri I Gusti Bagus Sugriwa, Denpasar, Indonesia. He earned his bachelor's and master degree from the same university, Universitas Pendidikan Ganesha. And then he is an alumnus of Universitas Negeri Malang. He completed his doctoral program in 2020, and he also has numerous research article published in both national and also international journals. And then today, Pak Dewa will present a topic on exploring the possibility of EI replacing teachers for EI for learning and EI for assessment in academic writing settings. Yeah. Hello, Pak Dewa.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good
Okay,
afternoon.
I will
Yes.
just share my screen. Wait a second. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, today I would like to share about this, about exploring the possibility of AI replacing teachers. I'm focusing on the AI for learning and AI for assessment in academic writing setting. But before that, I would like to greet our Honorable Dean of the Faculty Letters, Head of English Department, and then Prof. Nunu, the coordinator of the study programs, and then Pak Kardi Nur Hadi, the Chief Executive of NEELLS 2023. And also the other keynote speakers that I truly honored. And also I want to say that I'm truly honored to stand before you today to discuss this topic. And I want to introduce myself a little bit. Okay, I was graduated from UM in 2020. It's a very start of COVID-19, and I'm so glad to be part of alumni of UM, especially in S3 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris. S3 Pendidikan Bahasa Inggris UM had given me a lot knowledge, friends, families, and a beautiful 3 years experience in Malang. My promoter were Pak Ali Sauka, Prof. Ali Sauka, Prof. Yasid, and the late Ibu Eni Rawati, and then Ibu Utari Prabastuti. I always want to come to Malang. Last year I came for the Asia TEFL conference, and this year I came virtually in this national seminar. So when Pak Kardi invited me, I'm so happy. I cannot sleep for several nights preparing the presentation. so I can feel like a student again. And then, okay, for the next 30 minutes, I think maybe shorter than 30 minutes, I will share about the jobs taken over by AI, and then the current states of AI in education, AI academic writing settings, advantages, limitations, and challenges of AI in academic settings, and qualities that prevent EFL teachers from redundancy, teachers AI digital competency, ethical considerations, and only that. Actually, my primary objective of this presentation is to keep us updated with the use of AI, which is not actually a very new thing, but I want to share this information, how to share the practice of AI in educational field. Actually, I want to share my worries about, is it possible AI will replace us as a teachers? I want to ignite our self-reflection about whether AI will replace us as a teachers. And by the end of this presentation, I hope to leave you with valuable insight that can inspire you to act in terms of your learning practices, in terms of your research, and for the policymakers about the regulations. Okay, can see on the slide, robot holding a resume, and we are going to see over jobs that might be taken over by AI. I take this quote from one of the articles. No, it's not academic articles, but it is there. Academic job might, teacher's job might be taken over by AI. I provide the source over there. Is that true? Let's see. Yeah, some publications in popular articles state this. AI system like ChatGPT could impact 300 million full-time jobs worldwide. And then Harvard is using ChatGPT to teach computer science. I provide the source so you can read it later. And China has started grand experiment in AI education. It could reshape how the world learns. Yeah, this was from 3 years ago, and we don't know what happened now for the development. But what I am interested in is this article. I'm trying to find the effectiveness of AI in the classroom, and I find one. So this paper describes the results of experimental studies, actually. So a group of students is divided into two groups, yeah, as experimental and control groups. Each consists of 100 students, 13 to 15 years old students learning math. The experimental groups learns using Squirrel AI. It's called adaptive learning using Squirrel AI. So the student is put in a classroom with computer, and the students learn using the computers with the Squirrel AI in the computer, and only overseen by the researcher as a technical assistance only. So the researcher don't teach anything. So the computers with the Squirrel AI teach the students. And then the other groups is in a class led by expert teachers. Okay, the findings. The findings provide a shows that Students who are in the experimental groups showed greater gains on the mathematics test than those randomly assigned to a whole class or small group instruction led by expert teachers. Okay, this is one of the results. This is in published, so if you want to see the details, you may check it. Okay, it shows how AI has started to be used in the classrooms. Okay, so I want to build the wariness now. And then here are some of my search about what AI can do. Khan Academy use AI algorithm to recommend exercises, lesson based on students' progress and proficiency levels. It is similar to Squirrel AI before. And then if you are familiar with Turnitin, Turnitin can give automated grading and feedback on your essays and assignment. And then virtual tutors and chatbot like ChatGPTs, can explain concepts for students. And then Duolingo, language learning. This is using AI to create a customized language learning experiences for users. And then Newton's platform helps identify students who may need additional help and suggest appropriate resources. Content creation, accessibility and inclusivity, predictive analysis, content summarization, and note-taking. But this is just a general use of AI. Now I want to show you the current state of AI. I will take ChatGPT because this is the very popular one in education. For teaching, okay, this is for teachers. In the preparation stage, okay, I had conducted interviews with experts, teachers, lecturers who teach writing, okay, who teach writing and use ChatGPTs. Okay, this is some of the insight from them and some from the result of my literature review. Okay, ChatGPT can help teachers to plan the lessons. So ChatGPT can help teachers to outline the lessons, suggest the activities, and if you provide the ChatGPT with the what we call it, the curriculum standards, for example, the purpose of learning, ChatGPT can provide steps for lesson plans. And then it can generate content, materials, including the explanations. If you ask them to write the questions based on the materials, it also will give you the questions. So, and then the ChatGPT can recommend the resource, relevant textbook, articles, videos, online resources for lesson preparations, design assessment, like what I said before, according to what you need. If you need to make a multiple choices test, or if you want ChatGPT to make you instruction for writing or anything, it could be done. And then it can suggest a professional development also for teachers, so about how to learn, where to learn. I have done this several times. ChatGPT show how Coursera can provide some information about courses related to teachers' professional development. And then for the action stage, before we talk about the planning stage, this is for the action stage. ChatGPT can suggest how to engage students. ChatGPT can answer students' questions. So you, as a teacher, you're ready with your laptop in front. If there are hard questions, ask ChatGPT to answer the questions. And then adaptive teaching, classroom management tips, and then differentiation strategies. Yeah, as we know, in Indonesia now we do different differentiative learning strategies. So ChatGPT can suggest the differentiation strategies for your student in the classroom. Then for the evaluation stage, okay, ChatGPT can suggest the assessment design, the rubric development, grading assistance, data analysis, and feedback generations. So teachers can use ChatGPT to brainstorm ideas for designing effective assessments. Based on your learning objectives, ChatGPT can provide a valuable insight into what assessment can be used. And then ChatGPT can provide guidance for creating clear and comprehensive grading rubrics, ensuring consistent and fair evaluation of student works. It can also, not ChatGPT, but like Turnitin can help you with the analysis and grading. And then, it can generate a feedback. If you post students' writing to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to give feedback, ChatGPT can do, and you can give the feedback to your students. Okay, that's what we can do for teachers. I'll continue for what ChatGPT can do for students. Students, by accessing ChatGPT or any generative AI, ChatGPT can explain concepts to students. As a research assistant, show students what to read, where to read, give the study strategies, problem solving. Yeah, lots of problem solving can be given by students. For example, the equation in math, and then step-by-step guidance for doing the tasks. And the last one is creative writing support. Students can ask ChatGPT to help students with working on essays, creative writing, or presentation. For example, students can have ChatGPT to brainstorm ideas, refine the ideas, structuring contents, and then developing the organization of writing, and also improving writing. For example, giving the suggestion for language, the translation, the grammar. Okay. For the assessment, students can also access ChatGPT for practice questions. So ChatGPT can generate quizzes, and then so students can self-assess their knowledge, and then ChatGPT can give review and revisions for students' work. So ChatGPT can give test-taking strategies, feedback interpretation. For example, your feedback, teacher's feedback is confusing. Students can put the feedback and ask ChatGPT to explain the feedbacks. Yeah. And then can give the tips for test anxiety management. Okay. For writing, ChatGPT can help with topic generation, outlining, drafting, editing, proofreading, citation guide, and writing tips. Okay, those are things that AI, example ChatGPT or other AI can do in education and in assessment. But let's talk about the advantages, limitations, challenges of AI in academic writing settings. First, the advantages. Immediate assistance. Wherever, whenever, you can ask ChatGPT. 24/7 support. Okay, so you can ask ChatGPT anytime. And then personalized guidance, increase independence, okay, still a question mark, enhance confidence, efficient revision, accessible learning, language improvement, and then learning at your students' own pace. But there are limitations. Talk to the interviewee. I listened from the people's experts that, yeah, of course, it's lack of human expertise, high potential for plagiarism, inability or real-time interaction. Yeah, there's no an interaction. What I mean here is human interactions, and there's lots of ethical concerns that we have to there's not yet developed, and then lots of bias, inaccuracies, and then limited knowledge. ChatGPT always said that the cutoff date is in 2021, and then ambiguity. Okay, each chat should focus on a single topic, but when you jump to a different topic, there will be ambiguity, confusion of ChatGPTs. And then, yeah, once we use ChatGPT, we will have an over-reliance on technology, on ChatGPT. So we're always thinking about using it like kecanduan. And then limited feedback content and also a language barriers. ChatGPT is best when we communicate with ChatGPT in English, but when we do in Bahasa, so the feedback is looks like a translated English to Bahasa. But for the beginner user, that might be not seen, but I believe that about the language, if you remember about the Google Translate, several years ago, Google Translate is not as good as today. So only maybe 3 or 5 years, it's developed very fast. So the challenges is what is the best pedagogical strategies, and then what is the best assessment strategies, and using AI, and then what is the ethical considerations, and then the feedback mechanism, and then impact of learning outcome, and then your data privacy, security, and what is the future development. Okay, next. Okay, this is for the participant. Please help me. After I show you the capability of AI, for example, ChatGPT, will you allow your students, or can students use AI to compose their writing assignment? Please. You just need to answer yes or no.
Yes, I think.
I mean, please
Yes,
type
sir,
it.
of course.
Please type it in the chat box, please. I want to see how many of you. Yes. Okay, one answer. Ya, tadi ada two answer. I wonder. Oh yes, yes, yes. Okay, maybe okay. Ada Samsung SMT225. Yeah. Yes, of course. Yes. Yes, but not in generating original idea. Well, that's good. Yes. Yes, that might be yes answer. But I'm looking for no answer. Oh, totally yes. Yeah. Okay. It might be no. Yeah, it might be no. For the writing assignment, yeah. Most of my the lecturers that I interviewed mostly said no, strictly no answer. I mean, the answer is no, because if we let students to use ChatGPT for their assignment, it doesn't assess the actual ability of the students. But I am very surprised with the answer from the chat box that most of you said yes, and only one maybe. Okay. If yes, then okay. If we allow ChatGPT to write, and do you think ChatGPT will replace teachers? Okay. Okay, vote again. No. Okay, no. Okay. Yeah, teachers will say, no, don't replace me. Big no. Yes, one answer from Andi Nilinarsi. Okay, one answer yes. Come on. Okay. It's no. More will answer no. It's already 25 minutes. It's so fast. Okay. Yeah, I will have a quick communication with Andi Nilinar. Are you able to open your microphone, please? Why do you answer yes? Andi Nilinar sih?
Yep. Pak,
Why?
me?
Why? Yes, I can hear you.
Before the booming of ChatGPT, nowadays, I remember 5 years ago when I talked to my lecturers talking about the importance of learning foreign languages, actually, not about ChatGPT, the importance of learning foreign languages nowadays with the Google Translate and others. And we talk about it's not important to take English department only to learn for English.
Wow, yeah, wow. It's getting
Maybe our wild thinking pikiran liar kami at that time. And it wrong now.
Okay, Duolingo and then all of the application. Yeah, I can get your message. Thank you very much. And 5 minutes more, the moderator said, let's continue. Yeah, that's one answer, yes. But I want to, yeah, this is maybe from, this is what from my, our research. Yeah, there are qualities that prevent actually teachers from redundancy. Actually, I want to write down extinction, but extinction may be too hard words. I'll show you. I will not explain the process. You can read it later, maybe from the articles. I want to show you that there are qualities that should be attained by EFL teachers, because these qualities are possessed by the technology. The availability, like the 24/7 availability, flexibility, and also practicality is of usefulness if you are familiar with term. Yeah. Technology meant to use to make our job easier, actually. So yeah, these are the qualities that should be attained by EFL teachers. While the qualities that will prevent you from extinction or prevent you from redundancy is you have to keep your emotion as a teacher, your attention, affection, passion, warmth, morality, sensitivity, and you have to develop or improve your delivery, how you deliver knowledge, how you deliver feedback, explanation, guidance, motivation, and also the content of it. Yeah, the content of feedback should be good. Interaction, you have to maintain your interaction with students. Yeah, what I can say in a short here is students have to improve the competencies. Okay, these are the European teachers AI digital competencies. So teachers have to be able to use AI for their professional engagement. Teachers have to be able to use AI for the pedagogical practices, to have the digital resources, to support the teaching and learning, to support the assessment, to empower the learners, and also at the end to improve the students' learners' competencies. Yeah. So, and then here are some teachers AI digital competencies. So in simple, like what Eng and et al. 2001, teachers have to know and understand, use and apply, evaluate and create, and also think about ethical issues. The assessment strategies. So teachers can do the writing assessment in a controlled writing assessment. So if you don't want your students to use ChatGPT, use a controlled writing assessment. The simplest one is go back to paper and pencil assessment in a very limited time that you can control. And then please learn to use AI detector apps. And then the ethical consideration, process over product. Yeah, process is more important than the product. Collaborator, not labor. Ask your student to use AI as a collaborator, not labor. So, and then improve your character education, and then ask your student to declare the use of AI. Okay, like this. So this is the ethical and responsible use of AI tools in academic writing settings. Cite AI generated content, verify information, understand the limitations, engage in critical thinking, follow academic guidelines. Okay, some further reading that you can do for AI. And then, okay, this is my proposal. I propose this AI care. So we will make peace with AI. So you have to improve your competency, improve your awareness, improve your responsibility in using AI, and then improve the ethics. Some future studies, you have based on our my sharing today is you can explore the AI digital competency, awareness, responsibility, and ethics. And then you can explore the effectiveness of AI in educational field, English language teaching in any levels of education. Explore the forms and impacts of AI-related professional development programs, and then explore the best practices in the integration of AI in teaching English, teaching preparation, teaching action, and assessment. And then develop regulations, curriculum, and guidelines that consider the use of AI in education. Okay. I have a quote for the last slides. artificial intelligence is not a replacement for humans. It's about amplifying humans' potentials. Okay, thank you. That's all. Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Pak Dewa, for insightful and also interactive presentations. And now let's open the floor for questions from the audience. You might unmute yourselves or you can send your questions to the chat box. We have two comments from the audience, Pak, from Istiqomah and also from Neneng Islamia, that AI won't replace human teachers. Machine is machine. It does not have a heart and feeling, doesn't have wisdom. Those such qualities are only possessed by human teachers. So I think Bu Istiqomah and also Bu Neneng, agree that AI won't replace humans, and Bu Neneng add that it helps, but of course we as a human should learn more and elaborate it as well.
Yeah, Pak Yansha, if I could comment on that. Yeah, what am I actually trying to do is like what I've said in the beginning, to ignite our awareness that there are always possibilities. So we have to keep aware. Yeah, so we have to keep pursuing for what qualities that should be attained by the teachers. For example, the flexibilities, the competencies. So if AI is developing, teachers' competencies should be developing also. That's the thing that an educational institution should think about, and also the teachers, and also for teachers educators. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, one question from Ibu Sari Rejeki. What do you think, Pak Dewa, do you think AI will take over a teacher's professions?
Good question, Bu Sari Rejeki. And thank you for addressing me as a professor. Ya, itu doa namanya. Thank you very much. Siapa tahu suatu hari nanti. Okay, what I'm thinking about, I always thinking there is always a possibility. There is always a possibility based on what have been happened recently. The development, my research on whether mobile assisted language learning itu the previous research is about mobile assisted language learning, not actually AI, was in 2018. From all of my participant in that time, our participant I mean, because we made it in a groups, 30% of the participant said that the participant is students. So 30% of the participants, student participants, said that it can replace teachers. 2018. Now we are in 2023. It's already 5 years. And it's likely for the numbers to get bigger, not lower, because the technology advancement is very fast. Yeah, so if you ask, do you think AI will take over teachers' professions? Yes, there is always still possibility. But if we keep thinking about this, I hope we will keep thinking about improving ourselves. Okay, if we don't think about these possibilities, I'm afraid we are not going to improve ourselves. Teachers will not be replaced, but teachers that is who is not improving themselves will be replaced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Dewa. Actually, we still have questions in the chat box, but unfortunately, time is over. Now it's time to close our keynote speaker presentation sessions. And as a token of appreciations, we would like to present virtually the certificate of appreciations. Again, we would like to say thank you, Pak Dewa, for your valuable contributions to today's seminars.
Thank you, Pak Dewa.
Thank you, Pak Dewa.
Thank you for the committee. Thank you for the participant. I'm so sorry if it's too short. I'm planning to actually write this down in the article, and I hope later it will be able to inspire teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Dewa. And now it's time to hand the presiding over to the Master of Ceremony, Ibu Radina Anggun, to guide us through the rest of our program.
Thank you, the fellow moderators and the excellent keynote speakers. Before coming to the end of opening ceremony, I would like to have photo session. So please, I would like the participants to turn on the camera, and I would like one of the organizing committee to take a screenshot and picture for several pages here. So everyone, we have 6 pages here. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3. Please turn on the camera and put on your smile. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Get the second page. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Now we move to the third page. 1, 2, 3. The fourth. 1, 2, 3. The fifth. 1, 2, 3. The last. 1, 2, 3. All right, thank you. Dear participant, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session, the attendees are welcome to have a break. So please note that after a break, we will hold another session for parallel session at 1 p.m. The presenters may join the breakout room for a presentation as informed in the rundown. And the presenters are expected to be present 10 minutes before the presentation session. The meeting host allows the presenter to join the breakout room as assigned, and participants are allowed to select and enter the breakout rooms as they please. Distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of opening ceremony. We hope you gain new insights from the meaningful and engaging sharing on English language teaching, literature, and linguistics in the Society 5.0 era. And on the behalf of organizing committee, we would like to say thank you very much for your attention and participation. I'm Radina signing off. See you later. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.